liberation of oppressed people in the United States has to do not with climbing up some ladder to success, not for asking to be just like Rockefeller or just like DuPont or just like Ford, because that would only continue the oppression and exploitation of oppressed people in the United States, and specifically African people born and raised in the United States. Socialism is an integral part of building social justice on this planet. The condition of my people, my history was very much connected with other oppressed people, and I began to see that the same foot that was on the necks of the Vietnamese people, that was on the necks of all oppressed people on the planet, was the same foot that was on my neck. And so I began to understand that imperialism has to go. It is a poison that is killing people all over this world. The priorities of this planet have to be completely changed. And instead of profits, instead of policies that destroy the earth, that destroy the water, that destroy human beings, I believe a policy that protects people, that makes people live in a community, a world community. That's what I believe. That's my basic political commitment at this moment.
Welcome to the Jaybe show on Revolutionary Blackout Network. I am your host, James Fauntleroy. So good to see all of you here on this beautiful Sunday afternoon, Super Bowl Sunday, actually. A lot of people are actually celebrating today as it's an unofficial American holiday. So just to see all of you here joining me on this beautiful day, despite it being a holiday. Some of you guys may be out and you probably listen to me on your phones while you guys are out at the grocery store picking up some wings and some cheese balls, whatever it is. But thank you so very much. Good to have you guys here joining me today. If you guys have not already, go ahead and give a like to the video. This helps us out in the algorithm so that we can be able to reach more people. So thank you very much for that. Also, if you guys have not, you can join our mailing list at revolutionaryblackout.substack.com. Gives you email notifications whenever we go live, of course, okay? And also, if you guys would like to send us any stories or any words of encouragement, you guys can also go to revolutionaryblackout@outlook.com so you guys can reach us there. So welcome back, everybody. So good to see you. Yes, I was out for the day last week, and it's actually an interesting story. So I wasn't feeling very well, but one of the things that I wanted to do was something that I've always wanted to do, and I told Nick about this, and he was happy to hear it. So I took a self-defense class. And I'm learning self-defense because, number one, it's always good to have this knowledge at hand, right? Another reason for it is I do not trust this system to protect me fully. I don't trust the Democrats. I don't trust the Republicans. I don't trust law enforcement. I don't trust the courts. I don't trust them. And with that being said, it is good for me to be able to have some semblance of way to protect myself as a human being. Or if I need to protect others, right, who may be vulnerable. Because the problem is that we live in a system where it exploits people, or it will harm people in order to keep that exploitation in place. And so I am very grateful to this group that was teaching people who are of marginalized communities how we can protect ourselves within this system. And so did I learn things? Yes, I did. Am I going to tell you what I learned? Hell no. But I I think it's wise for those of us, especially those of us of marginalized groups, to learn how to protect ourselves. Learn self-defense. Learn how to exercise your Second Amendment rights safely and responsibly. And learn how to de-escalate as much as possible while safeguarding yourselves and your loved ones and people you have solidarity with. I'll say that. So, with that being said, I just want to say hello to all of you. We're going to get to saying our hellos and salutations, but then I also want to share something with you guys first before we get into our segments. I think this is really important because it's just me. I want to put this information out there so that we actually start building things up as we continue in this process of making our system more egalitarian, right? So we're going to go to the comments right now. Let me check on the Rockfin. We're good on the Rockfin. People are a little quiet right now, so we're good there. Let me check to see if we have any Rumble rants on the Rumble side, where it seemed to be good right there for now. So we'll get back to there in a little bit. All right, let's go into the general chat and say hello to all you beautiful peeps coming in. We got CBC Voter coming in saying happy Sunday at Jaybe. CBC Voter, so good to see you. We got Charles J coming in saying yay. Outside Steelers fan says, hey, all outside Steelers fan, I know one day your Steelers are going to make it to the Super Bowl. And you're going to be very, very happy. You're going to be happy as a clam. You're going to be happy as a clam that gets regular food in a fish tank. I know. But I have a feeling you're rooting for the Eagles. Just hypothetically, I'm just, educated guess. But yes, a lot of my family, they're rooting for the Eagles too. So, because my family's from South Jersey, so just a bridge over and you're in Philly. So, all right. Jay Moore Boston says, peace, love, and live long and prosper. Yes, live long and prosper to you too. All right. Steve Woolbrant coming in saying, hello, everybody. Good to see you, Steve. Nice to have you in the chat as well. John H coming in saying, love. Good to see you. The Taco Kid from Almotown says, hey there, Steve Woolbrant. Good to see you. Oh, my goodness. Taco lovers. Yep, Taco Tuesday's coming up. Better get ready. All right. We have Chuck coming in saying, Steve, it's me, formerly Carrie Scott. Good to see you. Nice to have you in here as well. Dawood Ali, the Soul Sage podcaster, says, Jaybe, Dawood, good to see you. All right. Nice to have you here. Wait, jalapeno poppers and coleslaw with grit. You had me at the jalapeno poppers. I'm not a big fan of coleslaw, but you kind of lost me with the raisins. But you know what? Everybody has their own preference. Everybody has their own likes, and that's okay. We listen, but we don't judge. I hope you enjoy it, and I hope it makes your taste buds sing. All right, Golden Monarch coming in saying, rumor has it Super Bowl will feature a Bitcoin ad. Look, I'm going to be honest with you. A lot of people are talking about how Bitcoin is going to be good for all of us. My thing is, you can't change the system unless you change the fundamental foundations of it that thrive on exploitation. Just because you change the currency doesn't necessarily mean you change the exploitation. That's the thing, right? Yeah, that's all I got to say. Global coming in saying 2024, an estimated 150 million people worldwide were homeless. We're going to get into it. We're going to get into that. Oh, boy. David coming in saying, is anybody else excited about Zimbabwe's revolutionary car coming out tomorrow? Could be a game changer for the planet, but it will be a major attack on Tesla and our economy. I have not heard of Zimbabwe's revolutionary car. I'm actually interested in hearing about that, because my thing is like, while I'm all cool with electric vehicles, I take a measured approach because, number one, I think we should have mass public transit as our highest priority. Number one. Number two, if we are going to do more individualistic electric vehicles, then we should not be getting the resources, especially for the batteries and parts. We need to be careful in how we get those resources from the batteries and the parts, because if we're trying to get the lithium from these different countries, then we have to do it in a fair trade deal. We can't do it through the way the United States does it, which they install puppet governments in order to extract these things at a really cheap price and keep them destabilized so that they can actually keep and hold and control over those resources. Really, it should be actually owned collectively by the people within that area. And if the people are collectively own it, then they also collectively benefit from it, from the resources. And on top of that, it should also be sustainably resourced for the environment, so that it still is ecologically, optimal for, the environment surrounding it too, which is one of the reasons why I am now moving over to, maybe, just maybe, we should start moving over to graphite and hemp. But the problem is that would mean that it's something that's so plentiful and so renewable that it really undercuts whatever profits that would be gained from making batteries, which I don't care about, because people over profits, that's my view. And so I feel like we should go that route. And so maybe this is a step in the right direction. Who knows? But I'm actually pretty interested in hearing about it. Thank you very much for that, David. Cobra Commander says, anyone telling you this isn't fascism is a liar and should be treated accordingly. Don't be surprised either, conservatives. You find out that your opinions are not welcome. Let's continue on to Roger. Roger says, great. What was his name? Aikido, Tai Chi Chuan, Bagua Chang, Horang Do, Taekwondo. Roger, I'm not getting all that information out, but they were trained in the art of fighting. I'll just put it that way. All right, thank you so very much. Good to see you. Yeah, it's a work in progress. I know it's a work in progress. Yeah. Okay, we have from the Rumble side, the Boycott Sensei saying love. Thank you very much. I'm not saying that word on here. This is a family show. Good afternoon, comrades. John H., good to see you. Nice to have you in here as well. Lauren coming in saying, hey, JB, nice to see you in chatters here on a sunny Sunday in Nova, DMV, USA. All right. Corbin coming in saying, love and forehead kisses, JB. Thank you for being you. Oh, man, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Very sweet of you. Who else haven't I got to say hello to? Natalie says, good morning, sunshines. Good morning to you, sunshine. Jesse says, what's up, James? Good to see you, Jesse. Nice to have you. Randy coming in saying, everybody don't live in KC are rooting for the Eagles. Couldn't a worse team be to break 3 record than the Chiefs? I mean, look, the Eagles are the underdog this time. And I'm look, let me tell you something about Philadelphia. Look, half my family are from Philly. And I'm going to tell you right now. Philly fans don't play. They don't play. Mess with a Philly fan. Go ahead. I don't know if you're going to wake up tomorrow. If Philly wins, there will be no Philly tomorrow. If Philly wins, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It's Philly. Roger says every football team should be like the Steelers and Packers, cooperatively owned by their fans. I actually agree with this. See, I don't have a problem with football teams as long as who owns what, right? If it's cooperative, like for instance, if the Buccaneers were owned by the citizens of Tampa, I'm cool. If the Dolphins were collectively owned by the citizens of Miami, cool. If the Jaguars were collectively owned by the citizens of Jacksonville, cool. And those ticket sales and the revenue and all that collectively gets to the people. And then on top of that, when it comes to games, they don't have to pay as much for tickets. So then it gets, everybody has access to really actually get to see their team play. I'm all fine with that, baby. But when it comes to paywalling it and making it so that only certain groups are accessible to go, like I've never been to an NFL game ever. Now, of course, Orlando doesn't have an NFL team, right? Whatever. But I've never been to a Magic game. I live in Orlando. Never been to a Magic game. Can't afford to go. I've never been to an Orlando City soccer game. Now, I've been to the Pride game, right, which is the women's soccer league team. I've been to one of their games, but that was because I got in for free. But no, outside of that, never been to a professional game. Outside of that, oh wait, I have been to a baseball game, but I don't remember who that was. Was it the Tampa Ray? Anyway, but yeah, so honestly, yeah, Roger, I think that all teams should be owned collectively by their cities. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if the Lakers were collectively owned by the citizens of Los Angeles? Can you imagine if that money, man, I'm telling you, boy, oh boy. Anywho, so good to see you, Anna Ringwald. Let's do one more. Terry Connolly coming in saying hello. All right, so let's get to what I wanted to talk about first. So one of the things that I wanted to talk about before we get into our subjects for today was I've been talking about this, and I want to hammer this home more because I think that we have to start moving beyond unions. I don't say unions are bad. I just say unions are a step in the right direction, but we need to go farther. It's just like I say single payer healthcare is a step in the right direction, a step in the right direction, but we need to go farther. We need to go to a fully nationalized healthcare system, right? So what I'm talking about is worker cooperatives. And one of the things that was shown to me a few weeks back was that somebody had sent to me links to Black-owned worker cooperatives in Detroit, right? Which I am super grateful to that person for sending it to me. And this whole thing with the DEI initiatives and, those things being, cut away, which the DEI really in itself is performative. Like, for instance, Target just voluntarily got rid of their DEI. It wasn't like the government cut it out or they were told to cut it out. No, they did that on their own, right? But even still, it was still performative because it mostly benefited white women. So was it really about diversity, equity, inclusion? No, let's be real. But a lot of people were started talking about boycotting them, right? And of course, you had, what's that Woodstock looking motherfucker? Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton decided to take them to Costco. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you? Anywho, that ain't it, Al Sharpton. But, one of the things that we were bringing up is Black-owned businesses. While I do support Black-owned businesses, I have to put an asterisk there. The Black-owned business, there's some Black-owned businesses that I won't support. Like, for instance, Fenty, which is owned by Rihanna, right? Tyler Perry Productions, yeah, I'm not doing them, right? Harpo, which is owned by Oprah Winfrey, no. So these are also Black-owned businesses, but just because they're Black-owned businesses doesn't mean I'm gonna support them, because they're also involved in exploitation of other people, right? And some Black-owned businesses will also exploit their own people. With that being said, the safest bet is to go with Black-owned worker cooperatives because, number one, they're Black-owned. Number two, they're also worker cooperatives, meaning that the exploitation is either non-existent or extremely little. And by extremely little, it's like to the point where I don't even know if there's any exploitation at all, right? And I want to transfer this to not just Black-owned worker cooperatives, but if you know of any worker cooperatives at all. Because we need the workers to benefit. I am sick and tired of these billionaires and 100 millionaires who exploit you and me. And what do we have to show for it? We have nothing. Nothing. And so this is what I want to share. So I was looking up at the worker cooperatives, and there's this database in the United States. It's a directory for worker cooperatives. So it's info.usworker.coop. And so I was just looking up about the worker co-ops in Florida. There's only 2 listed here, right? Let me go back. Let me see if it'll let me go back. Okay. So it shows the U.S. worker co-ops across the nation, right? So, of course, you have all the states, New York, California, Massachusetts, Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Colorado, Minnesota, Massachusetts, Washington. So you have all these different worker co-ops in democratic workplace, right? Business types. And it goes by pages, so if we go all the way back to the first page, right? It shows, building and landscaping, food service, education, childcare, health, technology, many different worker cooperatives. And if we can we shift our business, shift our dollars, shift our support to these businesses in order to help build them up so that not only are we helping these businesses, but what if they are in the supply chain too? The supply chain being the people that actually get the raw materials, right, that supply to other businesses. And then that can influence other businesses to also be worker cooperatives. Also, could this be an idea for you to establish a worker cooperative? For you to establish and get together with other people and have a democratized business where you and your fellow workers own and democratically operate and share in the profits collectively with each other. Now, if you guys want to, you guys can go to my channel. I actually talked about this same working type structure with Madeline Pendleton. And she actually has a best-selling book called I Survived Capitalism and All I Got with This Lousy T-Shirt. She has gone viral on TikTok many times, and she's brilliant. But if you guys would like to, you guys can always go to my channel and watch that interview. But Madeline Pendleton actually has a structure where it's essentially a worker cooperative where they all make the same amount every year, like every worker, right? And the structure works out beautifully, right? Now, of course, nothing is perfect. That's why I said beautifully, not perfect. Just because it's beautiful doesn't mean it's perfect. And of course, there are going to be some flaws that happen, but those flaws are not going to lead to the exploitation of other people, right? So one thing I want to do is I want to share this. I actually looked up a couple of the ones in Florida, in my state. So let's go to Florida. And we're just going to any industry. There are only two. So Southern ICF Builders Inc. in Tampa. That's a worker co-op. And Surface Chemists of Florida in Jupiter, Florida. And that's technology support services. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to share the businesses. And also, if you guys know of worker cooperatives, and especially if you've dealt with them before and they do good work, share them, promote them, be the advertisement for them. Word of mouth is solid advertising, right? Could your mouth be used as mutual aid to promote democracy in the workplace and promote these businesses that are doing the damn thing? Advertising can also be a form of mutual aid that drives businesses to them so that they can thrive and then influence other businesses to do the same structure. All right, so let me share. Let me see. Let's go to Surface Chemists of Florida. Let's go them first, right? Let me make sure. Yep. Oh, let me refresh. Sorry about that. All right. So Surface Chemists of Florida says 50 years. So 1969 to 2019. They got some years on them, right? So it says for 50 years we have delivered innovative technical solutions to the real world through our sure-phase products, contract research, and product testing. So let's go to the About section. Says, who are we? Says, Surface Chemists is a research and development company based in technology of surface science. We are the problem solvers, developing and commercializing unique products and processes that allow our customers to accelerate their innovation, differentiate their products, and increase the value they provide to their customers. For nearly half a century, these products and services that we provide, along with the relationships that we build, have made Surface Chemists a trusted partner in markets that we serve. Now, I'm going to say this right now, just for legal purposes. I am not promoting I'm not getting any type of kickbacks or anything like that for promoting this. I just found these. They're worker cooperatives. I am just showing these as worker cooperatives. This is by in no way, shape, or form any benefit to RBN or myself. We're just sharing this to show worker cooperatives within the state of Florida, and any other businesses or worker cooperatives in the state of Florida, I will happily display as well, because ultimately this is a promotion of the type of business structure, not the particular business in itself. So I just want to put that out there. But continuing on, says core values, scientific integrity. Now, this is what impressed me. Technology and products that work because they're based on sound science. Honesty and ethical behavior in all business interactions. Acceptance of risk and tolerance of failure. Wait. What type of business do you know that says acceptance of risk and tolerance of failure? Because most of the time, the shareholders do not want you to take risks like that, or they want the risk is going to be very minimal. I'm just saying, this is what happens when you have an employee structured business where it is owned by the workers. Provision for opportunities for and encouraging creative contributions, lifelong learning, respect for individuality, personal and collective responsibility, open sharing of collective goals and results, service contributing to the welfare of our customers, of society, and of each other. So they talk about their fully equipped facilities, highly experienced staff, and so basically this is the company, right? They serve agriculture, household and industrial cleaning, industrial specialties, asphalt roofing. So could this be a company that you could utilize in either your business to business, or if you're looking for something for yourself, then you can do this. Then you can use this company, possibly. So that's one thing that I wanted to highlight right there. So the next one that I wanted to share was the other business in Florida. And this one is a construction, Southern ICF Builders. So Southern ICF Builders is employee-owned cooperative. So they put this out there immediately. Come work with us, be an owner. So you can apply for that job there. Boy, don't let me live in Tampa Bay. Do not let me live in Tampa Bay, because I'm putting in my application right now. I will answer your phones. I'll do it. I'll answer your phones, baby. But about us. So residential and commercial ICF shell contractor, providing turnkey structural framing packages to our general contractor clients. We install foundations, ICF walls, interior and exterior framing, roof framing, conventional and trusses, siding, and exterior windows and doors. Working together for businesses, developers, and homeowners, we partner with your general contractor of your choice to complete ICF structures throughout the Southeast. When quality matters, don't settle for sticks and bricks. Ask your builder to contact us to get started. We can also help with design build projects. Why choose ICF? Resilient construction is the future of building as resources become scarce. Natural disaster risk is a concern, and energy costs continue to rise. Insulated concrete form, ICF structures are the preferred and best method. Suitable for most homes and even large high-rise commercial buildings. In this day and time, there is no reason not to build with ICF or insulated concrete form. We can recommend architects and engineers to design walls, floors, and even roofs. If you're in an area prone to hurricanes, fires, or tornadoes, this is the safest way to build. Other benefits include high energy efficiency, quiet buildings in heavy populated areas, and lower insurance costs. So This is a cooperative, Southern ICF builders. So here's the thing, right? Are you in the market for a home? And if you are in the market for a home, and if you're trying to do a brand new build, for those of you who are in a privileged position to be able to buy a home, there you go. And from what the looks of it, you won't have some home that's built out of plywood. So when the next hurricane comes, well, your house is still standing. Also, lower costs on your home insurance, right? On top of that, you'll be supporting a worker cooperative, a worker-owned and democratically operated cooperative. So this type of structure is one of the things that I would like to promote, because ultimately, a lot of us, have worker cooperatives in our areas that it would be advantageous for us to use, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share the link for this directory. And it could be grocery stores, right? For you to get your food. It could be things like oh my goodness, hardware stores. Like, let's say you need to get plumbing materials because something happened with your plumbing, right? It could be many different things, right? It could be a farm that's a cooperative. But could you purchase from them? Even if it's a little bit more, isn't it worth, if you can, right? Because I know a lot of us, we can't. But if you can, support these worker cooperatives, because ultimately really helps us in the future. So I just want to give a shout out to all the people who work in worker cooperatives. I want to give a shout out to all the worker cooperatives, period. Because ultimately the future really is in workers owning the means of production. And I think that's something that we need to promote. And especially if they're owned by, a majority of marginalized people, wouldn't that be a great benefit? So that's why I wanted to promote this. I want to take the time in the beginning to promote this, because a lot of people aren't talking about worker cooperatives. I know I talk about it. Nick talks about it. Sabi definitely talks about it. And so I want to do more, right? Should I go to another one? Let me see. Let's go to, and they cover American Samoa as well. It says Armed Forces America, Armed Forces Europe, Armed Forces Pacific, District of Columbia. Let's go to New York. I want to go to New York. Wow, there's a few. There are a few in New York. Okay. So let me just share while I'm at it. And this is a great directory, man. Just worker cooperatives. Bookkeeping cooperative in Brooklyn. Action OSH LLC in Woodside as business support services consulting. Aesthetician Labs, that's arts and entertainment in Rochester. Transportation and service repair, AJ Ashline. Childcare is Algebria Language Co-op. That's education and childcare. Alliance Collective, that's health clinics. Apple Eco Cleaning Cooperative, that's cleaning services. Let me see. Food and beverage bakeries is Bread Hive Bakery and Cafe. That's in Buffalo. Let me see. There's a lot of cleaning services. If you guys want cleaning services, let's say you have an office and you want one that to be cleaned. Building and landscaping, Earth Designs Cooperative. That's in Rosendale. You have Green Mountain Graphics. That's retail. That's in Sunnyside. Hellgate. That's media news. Compost services, Green Fiend, Organic X. That's in the Bronx. So there's all these different types, man. Let me go to page 5 because, we don't want to miss people. White Pine Community Farm, that's food and agriculture, workers transport. I even found out, oh man, I forgot to put this in here, but I even forgot about a Christmas tree cooperative. They literally are a co-op and they grow Christmas trees. And they sell Christmas trees during Christmas time. I forgot the name of them. But you guys can just Google it. But they're out in New York. And so when Christmas time comes and you guys want a Christmas tree, like right after Thanksgiving, there's a Christmas tree cooperative that operates out of New York where they grow Christmas trees. So just letting you guys know, if you guys have not, there's that. Also, let's go to another state. Let's go to Illinois. Take a look here. So health clinics, 5 Point Holistic Health, that's in Chicago. In Urbana, you have Building and Construction, New Prairie Construction Company, right? North American Students of Cooperation, that's Business Support Services, right? That's Illinois. Let's go to Georgia. Why not? Client Service Solutions. All right, that's in Americus, Georgia, right? In Athens, you have a cleaning service called Peachy Green Clean Cooperative. Southern Restorations Cooperative, that's Build and Design Construction. Food and Agriculture and Beverage, says Southern Alternative. So, I mean, you guys got these different ones, right? Let's go to North Carolina. Wow. Okay. Wow. In North Carolina, you got Electric Violin Shop. That's a retail in Durham. Business Support Services is Tilly Language Justice Cooperative. Ujima Freedom Market. That's food and beverage grocery. Weaver Street Market in Hillsborough. Weaver Street Market in Raleigh. So they have a few of their own. Firestorm Books is media bookstores and publishers. Engineering and Manufacturing Opportunity Threads. That's in Morganton. So I'm saying all that to say that, when it comes to these types of businesses, I think this is what we need to support and as much as possible. So let me put this link in the chat once more so you guys have access to this. So you guys can find one in your state. It's also, if you're in Puerto Rico and Guam, if you're in any of the U.S. territories, you guys can look for those as well. So go ahead and give it a look. And I hope you guys are able to take a look at that. So, and yes, mouse, right idea. Bookmark it. Yeah, bookmark it and use these, however you can. And also, like, look, if you go there and if you have a really good experience, like, you guys got social media, use it. Let people know. Bring your friends along with you. Like, oh my God, this market is so good. Use it as a way just to go hang out with your friends. Like, if I had a store that was a worker co-op and if I had a really great experience there, hey, I need to go pick some stuff up. You want to come with me? And then bring them with you. And then have a day and go out there and share with everybody. Be like, look, and interact with the people who work there and let them know, like, hey, is it true that you guys collectively own this store? And if it's a worker cooperative, they're gonna be like, yeah, we all collectively own and things like that. And so the money's not going to the top to one or a very small few of people who dominate it. It's going to everybody that works there, and they're collectively owning it. Like, bro, like that's cool. So thank you very much for that. Right. And then Flying PJ says Weaver Street Market is great. See? So I just wanted to put that out there. Shout out to all the workers, and a special shout out to all the workers who are collectively owning their workplaces too. So let me go to the rock pin really quick because I see Roger has some links. I'm not sure if I'll be able to watch or do all that, Roger, but maybe I can do a couple. All right. Okay, this is the longest video, 4 minutes. The rest is less. Okay. All right. So I guess I can do this. Okay.
A worker cooperative, or co-op, is like a business, only instead of being controlled by the boss's boss's boss, it is controlled democratically by the workers themselves. Every co-op has a constitution, or rather a set of bylaws, that everyone follows. While each co-op has different bylaws, they all have similarities. They might say something like this: a cooperative worker is also known as a member. Each member gets some share of the co-op's profit, and each member gets equal voting power when making decisions. Well, sort of. The issue with voting on every little decision is that there are so many to be made that it requires hours of meetings every day, leaving no time to actually do the things your co-op wants to do. So most cooperatives elect a board of directors to make some kinds of decisions, usually ones necessary for the co-op to operate, while other decisions still must be made democratically by all members. Usually bigger picture decisions like modifying the bylaws, accepting new members, or electing board members. Elections are held regularly so that any board member who abuses their power or otherwise runs things badly will be voted out. You and your coworkers can fire your boss. Imagine that. There's tons more to the bylaws, addressing things like the process behind board meetings, member meetings, decisions without meetings, consensus in voting, and how people get paid. Worker co-ops have an average pay ratio of 5-to-1. That means the highest earner makes 5 times more than the lowest earner. Compare that to traditional businesses with an average pay ratio of 320-to-1. One could make the case that people who take on more responsibility should be rewarded for it. But to what extent? Is anyone's time really worth 300 times more than mine? In worker cooperatives, we the people have real power in deciding what that ratio should be. In the United States, there are over 18 million businesses, and out of those, only about 500 are worker-owned and democratically run. One reason there are so few co-ops is that it's difficult for them to outcompete traditional businesses. Since co-ops tend to pay their workers more, offer more benefits, uphold a healthy work environment, and pay members for attending meetings, they tend to have to raise their prices to stay afloat. These prices don't compete well with traditional businesses, whose prices are low because their workers aren't treated well. But despite this, some co-ops survive anyway. Some have found untapped markets where competition hasn't set in. Some are in areas where people want to and are able to spend more to support co-ops. Some co-ops have made compromises to their democracy by hiring workers who aren't members. They can't vote, don't get any shares of the co-op, and are at the full mercy of the members and the board. Under the current economic system, the more democratic co-ops generally are at a disadvantage. So do cooperatives stand a chance? My answer to this question is, I don't know, but it's worth exploring the possibility. Cooperatives are more resilient in areas where there are other cooperatives and low unemployment, because in those areas, traditional businesses tend to lose employees. But it's hard to start a lot of cooperatives at once, let alone start just one. But if we could reach a point where co-ops dominated, they would have some serious revolutionary potential. If co-ops become diverse enough in their production, it's possible that they could network together and make coordinated decisions. Each co-op in a given area could elect a representative to have meetings about what each co-op needs and what surpluses are available, and decide how to distribute them. Each co-op.
That's also a really good point, because the thing is, a lot of times when we talk about cooperatives is that we don't talk about the production line, right? We don't talk about how it's structured, where you have one co-op that can feed off of another. Let's say, for instance, let's say you get a group of people that create an automotive company. They make cars, right? They compete with like the Fords, the Toyotas, the GMs, right? But they make it into a worker cooperative. But what about that factory that's there, right? Could that worker cooperative also influence a restaurant that feeds those workers, but that restaurant is also operated as a worker cooperative? But then the supply chain, where that restaurant gets their food and supplies from the farms, could those farms also be worker cooperatives? See what I mean? And then the repair shops that repair the cars, could those also be worker cooperatives? And so see how it could actually build. But I think one of the thing is that we have to support them. But at the same time, it may cost us a little bit more. But is it worth it? I personally think so. But not all of us have that freedom to do so, because we are so economically disadvantaged. But for those of you that have a little bit more coin, can you divert your money to these worker cooperatives? For some of you, you can, right? So that's something I think that is necessary. Let's continue.
Co-op could get their production materials from another without relying on money. There's no reason to stop there. The network of co-ops could also start directly distributing goods to its members, diminishing their need for money. After all, what good is money if your needs are being provided for? As people rely on money less and less, traditional businesses would get weaker and weaker. Cooperatives would take their place, one by one, until all of society's productive forces are worker-owned, democratically operated, and oriented not around profit, but around the betterment of humanity. We have a lot of work to do if we want to make this vision a reality, and different people have different roles to play. If you don't have the means by which to start a co-op, you can try to find an existing one to join. Or if there aren't any around, start conversations about the concept. If you know a lot of people and are highly connected with your local community, and you're privileged enough to have the time, you might be able to pull together resources to start one. If you're a business owner, you can transition your business into a cooperative. Finding a craft that can also support other cooperatives helps to form the very beginnings of a mutually supportive network that could become the new organizational basis for all production. Thank you for watching this video. I do not.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. Appreciate it. All right. And then this one's a really short one about different types of cooperatives. don't know about the music though. I can't play that. That might be copyright. So a credit cooperative says these are those that promote and undertake savings and lending services among its members. They are designed to provide financial assistance for productive undertakings of its members. Consumer cooperative, it says, is one of the primary purpose of which is to procure and distribute commodities to members and non-members. Items are usually sold at a special or discounted price for the members. Yeah, producer cooperative is one that undertakes a joint product, whether it's agricultural or industrial. They can also leverage for competitive prices of their products. Marketing cooperative is one which engages in the supply of production inputs and members and markets their products. Service cooperative says it's one which engages in medical and dental care, hospitalization, transportation, insurance, housing, labor, electric, light, and power. Fishermen cooperative. These are organized by marginalized fishermen in localities whose products are marketed either as fresh or processed products. Okay. Agrarian Reform Cooperative. Okay. These are organized by marginal farmers, majority of which are agrarian reform beneficiaries for the purpose of developing an appropriate system of land tenure, land development, land consolidation, or land management in areas covered by an agrarian reform. Advocacy cooperative. This sounds interesting. What is this? It says these are those that promote and advocate cooperation among its members and the public through socially oriented projects, education and training, research and communication, and other similar activities to reach out to its intended beneficiaries. Multi-purpose cooperative as one of which combines two or more of the business activities of these different types of cooperatives. And thank you for that. Okay. So there's that. So I want to be able to go through all these, Roger, but I'm not sure if I'll be able to in time. I can share the rest of these links in the chat though, because I am because I don't want to, because I'm literally like an hour already, and I still haven't even gotten to my my subjects yet, and I wasn't intending on this portion being this long. So. But yes, thank you very much for this. And I'll share these links in the chat. Because I think it's important that we actually, take a look at these different types of worker cooperatives as well as and educate ourselves on this. Let me see this. Okay, I already showed that one. All right, so we don't need that. And let's go to finish this. All right. And then Roger ends with, who says, when you have a public bank, they replace FDIC for credit unions, aka financial cooperatives, and community banks. This gives them a safety net to issue out bigger loans to start up cooperatives with low interest. The surplus built from a public bank can be used as grant as well. Credit cooperatives, aka financial co-ops, aka credit unions. Producer co-ops is how we will get hemp-based economy popping. Multi-stakeholder cooperative is your cooperative supply chain. Share. Yes, absolutely. And that's the other thing. If you can leave a bank, if you can leave a corporate bank, then leave the corporate banks. If you can get with a credit union, get with a credit union. Leave these corporations in the dustbin of history where they belong. Leave them. They don't give a damn about you, so you return the favor. You don't give a damn about them, right? Leave them. If you know of a grocery store worker cooperative, look, I'm gonna be real. Am I willing to spend a few extra dollars on a worker cooperative to support them, but also get my food from a worker cooperative that's a grocery store? Does a bear shit in the woods? I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want my money going to the people at the, because when you go to these corporations, your money is primarily going to the shareholders at the top. Like, I don't want to give them my money. I don't want to give them that. Like, I want it to go to the people, the workers. So let's do that, man. You know, and let this radicalize you to spend your money in worthwhile places. Because not only can our support be in mutual aid, but also where we spend our dollars to. Now, that's not going to be easy for some of us. Some of us are disabled. Some of us have to use Amazon. Some of us have to use Walmart. It's not that we want to, but we're under duress so that we have to. And that's okay. You got to survive. But for those of us that do have a choice, that's what I'm talking to. Those of us that do have the options. Can you do that? Do you live in New York? Do you live in Illinois? Do you live in Colorado, California, North Carolina, Texas? Do you live in areas where they have multiple worker cooperatives that are near you that you can utilize in order to be able to conduct your daily business? Do you have the financial and logistical bandwidth to utilize these cooperatives? And I say logistical because some of these cooperatives, they may be in your state, but they may be too far away, right? Or they may offer services that you don't need. So if they offer services that you don't need, you can't utilize them. Like the cooperatives in Florida, I can't utilize them because number one, I can't afford a house. Number two, what am I going to do with a chemical manufacturer? You know what I'm saying? But if there was a grocery store nearby me, you bet I would be over there. I'd be in my shopping cart. You know what I'm saying? You know? Anyway, that's what I mean. So, but yeah, so I want to share that. Sensei says Rainbow Grocery in San Francisco. Hey! Roger says, you ain't intend on being this long. You should have known you were tempting fate when mentioning co-ops and dealing with me. Oh, you that guy that leaves crack on the table and expect an addict not to touch. Oh, Lord. Look, Roger, you and I are cut from the same cloth in many ways. And so you know I'm going to talk about these things. It's just... You know what you're like, Roger? You're like that mama that when her kids come back home and they look like they lost a few pounds, and you're like, eat. eat. Nope. I see you. You skin and bones, boy. Look, you need to finish your plate. And I'm like, I'm full. I don't care. You need to finish your plate. Mama, I'm full. That's what you're like, Roger. And the problem is that the food is good. Give me a to-go box. Just give me a to-go box. Oh my goodness. Love you guys. Love you, man. Love you. But yes, so with that being said, I want to end on that. And that went longer than I expected, but I'm glad I was able to do that. That was an unexpected segment. I planned on doing that segment like an hour before we streamed, but I was just like, no, I'm gonna do this. Let's go into the chat, but first, go ahead and give a like to the stream. Thank you very much. And of course, I'm gonna put chapters in for this stream so you guys know exactly when, when things begin. So you guys have that. So let's go into the Rumble chat. Let's see if we have any Rumble rants. We don't have any yet, but there's some sweet and generous people in the Rumble chat too. So I just want to say that there. All right. So let's go into the super chats really quick first, because, we got to make sure that people spend their money. They're spending their money wisely. And so we want to make sure that it's wisely spent. So we want to give them a little bit of a priority. All right. Justin B says, if we can elect enough people to state legislative seats, we could establish public banks in states, which could be used to subsidize the creation of worker cooperatives. Absolutely. I'm going to let you guys know right now. There is going to be a gubernatorial election here in Florida in 2026. I also know there's a gubernatorial election happening in California in 2026. Now, as far as Florida is concerned, we do allow for state funding of state elections. And so if you can get enough support, then you can get that state funding. Now, are they going to play with the money and try to hold off like they did with Jill Stein's campaign? I don't know, but it's still worth a shot. So with that being said, if you are planning to run either third party or independent, and you want to push for worker-owned cooperatives, universal health care, right? You want to push for things like a living wage, a true living wage that's beyond what we're getting right now here in Florida. Right now, so far this year, we're getting $13 an hour. By 2026, it will go up to $15 an hour, increase with inflation. But if you're for that, if you're not getting any money from the super PACs, if you're not getting any money from millionaires and billionaires, if you're going against the the real estate industry, then hey, I'll have you on my channel. We'll have a conversation. Let's see what you're about. And if you definitely are behind worker cooperatives, wherever they can, and push for that, then hey. But I'm telling you right now, if you're running for state legislator, if you're running for county, city, I'll put my email in the chat. You guys can always reach out to me. But yes, or you guys can reach out, to me through RBN. Just say, hey, I want to get in touch with Jaybe, right? But that's the thing, right? Because your local offices, all politics is local, and these are affecting you personally more than the national/federal policies, because these affect you on a day-to-day basis. So yes, Justin B, thank you very much for that. Also, this one as well. Unfortunately, our current elected representatives pass policies that tend to subsidize large corporations. We need to flip that script. And this is another one. Justin, you're preaching to the choir, and I'm going to say amen. Because the thing is that the script needs to be flipped where the policies subsidize small businesses, especially worker cooperatives, I say the structure that gives more power to the workers should be subsidized more and given higher priority than the big corporations. The big corporations, honestly, in my opinion, should not get any priority. You want to exploit people? All right, you're going to pay for that. You're going to pay the most in taxes. You're not getting any subsidies. And you're going to get ire and disdain from local, state, and federal governments. If you are a worker cooperative, if you're a democratic workplace, I'm going to treat you like you are the golden child. Because you are. Yeah. I'm gonna treat these companies differently. If you're a worker cooperative, I'm treating you good. If you're not, and if you're some big multinational corporation, no. I'm gonna give you the stink eye. Every single time I see you, every single time, I'm gonna mean mug you. In my actions and in the way I treat you. And the way I look at you. Yeah, real talk. So yes. And thank you. No to GMO. Thank you very much for that. All right, so Mouse says, I founded a worker co-op film company 21 years ago. Great times. Does that film company still exist? And if it does, can you care to share? We would like, please share with the class. This is show and tell, Mouse. Show and tizzle. Roger says, as a person who prioritizes state over federal, I don't call them midterm elections. I call them gubernatorial elections because 36 governor races going on. New Jersey and Virginia gubernatorial this year. Kentucky, Mississippi, and Louisiana in 2027. AMO, Advanced Multimedia Operatives. Okay. Thank you very much. This is from Rumble. It says, Pamela Drew, thank you very much. Says, local harvest lists farms, co-ops, CSA share programs with templates to start your own community food program. Everybody eats at localharvest.org/CSA. Interesting. Thank you very much for that, Pamela Drew. See, this is what I love about our community. Our community loves to come together in order to do what they can for others. Ooh, let me share this in the chat. So it's CSA is community supported agriculture. Hang on. Let me take this down really quick. Pamela Drew, what you doing? Oh, Pamela. All right. I see you. I see you with farmers markets. Okay. Get to spend time marketing the food early in the year. 16 days in the field begin. Receive payment early in the season, which helps the farms cash flow, have an opportunity to get to know the people who eat the food they grow. Advantages for farmers. Advantages for consumers is eat ultra fresh food, all the flavor and vitamin benefits, get exposed to new vegetables and new ways of cooking. Usually get to visit the farm at least once in a season. Find that kids typically favor food from their farm, even veggies they'll never have been known to eat. Develop a relationship with the farmer who grows their food and learn more about how food is grown. This is so cool. Okay, look, let me share this in the chat with y'all. Let me share this. Share and share like. All right. You see. Outside Steelers fan says, JB, exactly the type of system that I would have, but we can break up all these gigantic corporations like Disney and Amazon, turn it into worker cooperatives. I agree. We should break these companies up. They deserve to be broken up and will turn into worker-owned cooperatives. I am sick and tired of seeing Disney cast members sleeping in their cars, even though they are working for the happiest place on earth. The happiest place on earth. That is absolutely asinine to me. It should not exist within a country that has this much resources, that is this rich. In fact, Walt Disney Company should be absolutely a worker cooperative, and all of its members should collectively own and democratically operate the company. And in doing so, they all should be paid well, a thriving wage, so that they can be happy in the happiest place on earth. You can't expect a park to be called the happiest place on earth when your employees are not happy. That doesn't make any damn sense. People talk about, oh, it's the happiest place on earth. Yeah, your employees aren't happy? Your employees have to fake it? No, we know general happiness when we see it. And I'm not going to want to purchase from a company that the employees have to fake being happy. No, I want the employees to be actually happy, meaning their material conditions are actually taken care of. I do not want Bob Iger to be getting millions upon millions of dollars when you have custodians that are barely making a dime in order to be able to live. They got to live in motels and Kissimmee and near St. Cloud and in Southwest Orlando, and sleeping in their cars because they can't afford to pay 3 times the rent in Orlando, Florida. Absolutely not. Get the hell out of here. Meanwhile, you got Bob Iger making hundreds of millions of dollars in stock options and all that BS. No. It don't work like that. Bob Iger leaves, Disney still functions. All the people at the bottom leave, guess what? All the foundational workers leave, guess what? Disney can't do shit. Anyway, let's go into what we're going to be talking about today. I'm just now getting into it, but it's hilarious. But these segments are going to be kind of quick. Anyway, so we're going to be talking about 2 different subjects today. One, we're going to be talking about the Super Bowl and homelessness. Super Bowl versus homelessness. It is Super Bowl 59 that's going to be happening today. And we're going to be talking about that and juxtaposing that against the homeless crisis that's happening in New Orleans. So we're going to get into that a little bit later. But first, I want to talk about Donald Trump, his war on the workers. And look, this is why I got the logos for Temu and Shein on there. Some of y'all going to be like, JB, how are you? What direction are you going with this? Well, I'm going to show you. It is no secret that those of us here at RBN, we are what you call post-duopoly. That means we are beyond the Democrat and Republican parties. We do not see either party as a vehicle for change, as a vehicle for helping workers, as a vehicle for giving us a better system for the average or poor people within this country. We railed against Joe Biden for the last 4 years. Well, for us, it was 3 years because we started in 2021. But we railed against Joe Biden because he was the president and his party was the ruling party within this country. That has since shifted, but our goal remains the same. Now that Donald Trump has the White House and the Republicans have the Senate and the House, we are going to keep that same energy, unlike some independent media. We're going to keep that same energy and go after them for also being against the workers. With that being said, I want to go into this article because this article came across my view. And I think it's important that we take a look at what Trump is doing and how it's going to harm the workers. So this is out of the Orlando Sentinel, my local newspaper. Let's get into this. So it says Trump pauses tariffs on millions of low-value packages from China. Chinese exports of low-value packages soared to $66 billion in 2023, up from $5.3 billion in 2018. So it says President Donald Trump has paused imposing tariffs on small value packages arriving from China, apparently to give federal agencies time to sort out how to process millions of such shipments and have them come through U.S. border every day without paying taxes. The executive order dated Wednesday didn't say when the pause would end, but said it would cease the Department of Commerce. It would cease when the Department of Commerce could put in place adequate systems to fully and expediently process and collect tariff revenue. It's just showing we're moving fast. The implications are not fully understood when some of these regulations are put in place. That's from John Lash, Group President and Product Strategy of the supply chain platform E2Open, pointed out that many of Trump's order affected huge numbers of small packages, many that are already basically in transit. Says the volumes are absolutely incredible, and all of a sudden they go from not requiring filing for tariffs to actually requiring full filing, which is a complicated task. Ending tariff exemptions on low-cost packages from China has broad bipartisan support in Washington, and Trump pulled the plug when he raised tariffs on Chinese goods by 10% earlier this week. Goods sent through duty-free packages became subject not only to existing tariffs, but 25% for many Chinese products, but also the new 10%. It says it marks another pause on Trump's policies weeks into the second administration, including orders to impose tariffs on Mexico and Canada were suspended after the two allies took steps to appease his concerns about the border security and drug trafficking. It says U.S. Postal Service, which would be burdened with collecting tariffs on small packages, on Tuesday announced it would not accept parcels from mainland China and Hong Kong, only to reverse the decision the next day. It said it would work with Customs and Border Protection to implement the collection process for new tariffs. It's one of those things when you put in any change so quickly, it catches people unprepared. Introduced in 1938, the so-called minimist exception was intended to facilitate the flow of small packages valued at no more than $5, the equivalent of about $106 today. The threshold increased to $200 in 1994 and $800 in 2016, but the rapid rise of cross-border e-commerce driven by China has challenged the intent of decades-old customs exception rule. These Chinese exports of low-value packages soared to $66 billion in 2023, up from $5.3 billion in 2018, according to a report last week by the Congressional Research Service. And U.S. market has been a major destination. In 2023, for the first time, more than 1 billion such packages came through U.S. customs, up from 134 billion in 2015. By the end of last year, Customs and Border Protection said it was processing about 4 million small shipments a day, many which came from China through online retail platforms such as Shein and Temu. Critics say that the practice has allowed not only tariff evasion, but also the flow of unsafe products such as counterfeits and illicit drugs into U.S. Supporters argued that it kept prices affordable for U.S. consumers and small businesses. So this is where this comes in. So as far as is concerned, tariffs, while some people think it is a good idea, it is going to harm American consumers. But the American consumers that it will harm the most is you and me. It's not really going to harm the rich because they already got money. They got the bread to be able to afford the tariffs if those products come from places like China, Mexico, Canada, and many other countries that Trump was going to impose tariffs on. So one of the things that I want to do is I want to share what it means to be an actual tariff. Because I think this is really important. We need to know what tariffs are and why it will affect us rather than the countries that it comes from first. Because you got to know the why. And you got to know the how. And this is how we're going to do it. So I like to defer to economist Richard Wolff on tariffs. So we're going to go here. Let me make sure it's all the way at the beginning. Yep. Okay.
Let me remind everyone what a tariff is. It's just a tax. It's the name given to a particular kind of tax, namely the tax charged to an American importer when that person brings something produced overseas into the United States to be sold. It means Mr. Trump, a Republican who is against taxes, is proposing an enormous tax increase. And while he keeps saying he's hitting the Chinese with a tariff, it's not the Chinese who pay for tariffs. It's Americans. The American importer will pay much more. And that person will then charge more to the consumer, you and me.
So that's the point. You and me, the people who are working and working poor, who get our products from Temu, from Shein, are going to be paying more for those products from Temu, from Shein, because Temu and Shein are not going to eat that. You and I are going to eat that. Because those taxes are going to be put on them. Guess what? They're going to pass that on to the prices of their products. So for that automatic brush that you're going to use to clean your bathtub and tiles, that may have cost you what, $15, $16? Well, it might cost you $25 now. That extra $10 you're paying, well, that's not going to Shein, that's actually going to the US government. Meaning you're paying an extra tax on top of it. On top of the sales tax that you're already paying on it too. So all the people who go, oh my God, I don't want to pay more taxes. Well, look at what Donald Trump just did to you. Make no mistake, Joe Biden was no better. Because Joe Biden also put tariffs in place too. Joe Biden continued some of the tariffs that Donald Trump put in place at first as well. So this is the issue, right? Is that these presidents are just middle managers for the billionaire class to soak up more wealth to give to billionaires, to give to the oligarchs, to give to the corporate dictators. And as Professor Richard Wolff so adequately and beautifully pointed out, is that it's not going to harm China. It's not going to harm Shein. It's not going to harm Temu. It's going to harm us. Now, with that being said, I had a conversation with a family member a few weeks ago about this. And one of the things she said was that, well, this will be good for Americans because if you put those in place, this is going to make it so that it forces these companies to come here to America to give us jobs if they really want to operate and sell to American citizens. And here's what I had to say. I had to write this down because I wanted to make sure that I'm very concise in this. When people say this is to force companies to build and create jobs here in the United States, corporations will just move to another country that the US doesn't have tariffs on. So let's say hypothetically, not hypothetically, this is actually happening, but Shein and Temu, they operate in China and they're selling to US people in the United States. And they don't want to have these tariffs for their consumers. What's to stop them from moving to Vietnam? What's to stop them from moving to Bangladesh? What's to stop them from moving to Indonesia? What's to stop them from moving to Sri Lanka? Pakistan? See, they can move to different places where we don't have tariffs. Now, my family member responded and said, well, we'll just put tariffs on that country that they move to. So if they move to Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Vietnam, Thailand, what have you, then we'll just put tariffs on them and tariffs on them and tariffs on them. So we're just going to go in a tariff party. We're just going to tariff everybody, right? Until they agree to actually manufacture here in the United States. Here's the problem. You expect foreign multinational corporations to build in America where the pay is more? First of all, tariffs won't harm them because they'll just pass on the price to the consumers. Okay. Secondly, we don't build anything to compete with these corporations anyway, so they're the only game in town because this system has allowed monopolization to happen. So, of course, they're not going to worry much. Third, many of these companies operate partially here already. So when they say, so they can actually say, we already employ Americans here, so we shouldn't be tariffed. I guess that's a word. Like some major car manufacturers who have plants here, but their parts are built in Mexico, right? Fourth, do you really expect these multinational corporations to risk profits and revenue for only 4 to 5% of the world's population when 40% of the world's population is Chinese and Indian alone? Oh, they're not. They're not risking that for them. Are you going to risk what? You're going to try to risk tariffs on a small 4 to 5% of the population when Outside of that, you got 40 to 50% in just in 2 countries. They'll look, all right, we'll take the tariffs. We don't care. That's a part of doing business. All right, fine. Because I'm not really going to hurt them. And who still ends up getting hurt in the process? You and me. It doesn't make no damn sense. I didn't even include the African and South American countries in those numbers. 40% of the entire world is Indian and Chinese. 2 countries. 2. So the tariffs will literally cause pain for the workers, not the owner class. But Trump doesn't care about the workers. Trump even said there's going to be pain. Want to know how I know? He said it himself. Let's take a look at it. All right. Says Trump hits Canada, Mexico, and China with steep new tariffs. Says Americans could feel some pain. So let's get into it. Right? Those of you who voted for him, this is who you voted for. Right? President Trump on Saturday signed an executive order that imposes 25% tariffs on imports from Canada and Mexico, while adding an additional 10% levy on goods from China. Canada responded hours later with retaliatory tariffs of its own, while Mexico said it was planning on issuing tariffs on the U.S. as well. Of course, they're negotiating that as well. China's Commerce Secretary said that China would challenge the tariffs through the World Trade Organization, according to Reuters, claiming that the move seriously violates WTO rules. However, Mr. Trump on Monday announced that he would pause the tariffs on Canada and Mexico for 30 days after both countries agreed to direct additional resources to their borders. The salvo, which Mr. Trump had threatened even before returning to power earlier this month, underlines his willingness to use trade policy even against some of the U.S. large economic allies. It also signals the president's first major turn away from his promise on the campaign trail to rapidly reduce everyday costs for Americans once in office. Now, look, I'm going to be real with you. CBS is a corporate outlet, but there is some truth to what they're saying here. It is going to harm working class Americans, right? That's just what it is. That's an objective truth. And so you thought, just like the Democrats thought that Joe Biden was going to be good for them, people who voted for Trump thought Donald Trump was going to be good for them. But when it comes to both parties, when it comes to the duopoly, you thought wrong. Because you were swindled, bamboozled, run amok, played by the duopoly. All y'all were played. And that's the problem. This is why we talk about walking away, running away from both parties. Because, look, they're playing you guys like a fiddle. Let's continue here. Now, it says, in a true social post on Sunday morning, Mr. Trump acknowledged some pain could come with the new wave on tariffs, but insisted his vision for the country will be worth the price that must be paid. He said, this will be the golden age of America. Will there be some pain? Yes, maybe, and maybe not. Of course, he has to say that for plausible deniability. Says, but we will make America great again, and it will all be worth the price that must be paid. We're a country that is now being run with common sense, and the results will be spectacular. My question is, spectacular for who? For all Americans? Because you and I both know that the trickle-down economic policy is complete and utter bullshit. Spectacular for who? Because it's not going to be spectacular for you and me. Let me ask you, what's the price of eggs right now? Donald Trump been in office for 3 weeks, right? And a lot of people are going to say, give him a chance, right? Come back to me in July. If the price of eggs goes down, cool, right? If the price of rent goes down, cool. I'll eat crow on that, but I don't think I will. Because here's the truth that many people, including some people who watch this channel, are hard pressed to realize. Donald Trump is just a MAGA version of Joseph Robinette Biden. You have to come to terms with that. The Democratic Party racks it up, and then the Republican Party takes the shot. And then all the balls go into the holes. And you're left with nothing. Because they work together. It's a good cop, bad cop situation. For the conservatives, Trump is the good cop, Biden is the bad cop. For the liberals, Biden is the good cop, Trump is the bad cop. But in the end, they all work together. And who's their boss? The George Soroses, the Peter Thiels, the Elon Musks, the Rupert Murdochs, the Walton family. There's so many. The people at the top, people who are owners of the central banks. These are the people that Donald Trump and Joe Biden work for. And so they're willing to risk your life and my life to benefit the people at the top, the owners, like Larry Fink of Vanguard. Or is it BlackRock? Either way. Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street. These are the corporations that own a piece of every company that are making out like bandits. You know what I found out? And this should be common knowledge, but for some reason, it really like hits you when you hear it. Why are fuel prices the way they are? Like, why are fuel prices determined the way they are? Like, there's no like super high demand, so then the price drops, right? Or there's no super high supply, so then the demand drops, or, you know, the supply and demand argument. Like, that really doesn't shift like that. And then come to find out when it comes to oil production, it's not, there's points in time where the ground will give more oil than usual, so therefore we got to shift our oil prices and oil production. No. It comes out, there's no differentiation of how oil output happens. The people who own and run the oil companies, they just determine it by whatever the hell they want. Now, they don't go so high to the point where there are people have revolts in the streets, but they do it high enough so that even though we're hurting, we don't get out the pitchforks and torches. They do it just enough so that we don't revolt. So it has nothing to do with supply and demand. There's actually a video talking about that, about oil, from Second Thought, JT. After this, go to YouTube and look up Second Thought and look up his latest video, and it talks about oil and how it leads to global conflicts as well. I highly recommend you guys watch it and share it. But with that being said, Donald Trump is going to harm Americans. And it's like, oh, you're going to feel some pain. Yeah, he's prepping you so that you stick with him and go, oh, well, we're feeling pain, but it's only going to be temporary. Maybe it's not going to be temporary. No. Your sphincter's still going to be swollen after this. And yet, you believe that your problems are because of the brown people that are undocumented. You believe that your problems inherently are the trans people. You believe that your problems are inherently the black people that are unqualified in these positions. You believe this about all the people who have very little power in this country, and yet you don't bother to look at the people who are wearing $3,000 Italian suits that sit in boardrooms. You don't look at them, or you only look at the ones who vote Democrat and say, oh, they're the problem. But yet you look at Elon Musk and say, oh, he's a guy. Meanwhile, he's one of the sources of the problem. Peter Thiel is one of the sources of the problem. Larry Fink is one of the sources of the problem. Harlan Crow is one of the sources of the problem. Charles Koch is one of the sources of the problem. There's no such thing as a good billionaire. Ian Carroll, are you listening? There's no such thing as a good billionaire. Come on, wake up. Nicole Shanahan ain't a good billionaire. No matter what you think, no matter how fine you think she is. So that's the thing, right? If there's no such thing as a good billionaire, then guess what that makes Donald Trump? So this is the point, right? They're going to harm you and say, oh, this is just going to hurt a little. That's because, number one, he can't avoid telling you that harm is going to come to you. Number one, he can't. Number two, he wants you to think that, oh, it's just temporary when it goes on and on and on and on and on. Oh, it's going to end soon, just very soon. He's a liar. So John Murphy, Senior Vice President of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, which bills itself as the world's largest business organization, slammed Mr. Trump's decision, writing in a statement that the imposition of tariffs under the IEEPA is unprecedented, won't solve these problems, and will only raise prices for American families and upend supply chains. Murphy added the chamber will consult with our members, including Main Street businesses across the country impacted by this move, to determine next steps to prevent economic harm to Americans. 3 trade associations for the distilled spirits industry, the Distilled Spirits Council of the U.S., the Chamber of the Tequila Industry, and Spirits Canada said in a joint statement that they were deeply concerned about U.S. tariffs on imported spirits from Canada and Mexico will significantly harm all 3 countries and lead to a cycle of retaliatory tariffs that negatively impacts our shared industry. So be prepared to pay for more at the bar, by the way. Bob Hemsath, an Iowa farmer and board chairman of Farmers for Free Trade, an agricultural group that advocates for more open trade, said in a statement that Canada, Mexico, and China are indispensable markets for the livelihood of the American ag economy, and placing tariffs on the 3 largest export markets for American farmers and ranchers, particularly for an extended period of time, would have severe consequences. You got to remember that this is not just going to affect those of us who are consumers, but also business owners, small business owners, farmers, meaning who will be able to withstand this? Well, it's going to be the big businesses. It's going to be the big corporations that are going to be able to withstand this, but not the small ones. So for somebody who talks about a good game about how they're all for small businesses, well, he sure has a weird way of showing it. The question for whom should be in your mind every single time Trump speaks. When he says, make America great again, ask yourself, for whom? Who will ultimately benefit? When Joe Biden said, I'm going to restore the soul of America, for whom? Who is going to benefit? When Kamala Harris said, we're not going back, for whom? Who benefits? It's never actually about people like you and me. It's always about the people at the top. Remember, America was built for whom? You think that objective actually changed in 250 years? Silly goose. It ain't changed, baby. It ain't changed. So, House Speaker Mike Johnson praised the order. Of course he did, because he's a corporate shill. Writing on social media that Mr. Trump is holding Mexico, Canada, and China accountable for their role in the flow of illegal aliens, excuse me, and illicit drugs across our borders. These countries are now on notice to work quickly to stop the madness. This is long overdue. You know what's funny about Mike Johnson's, his statement about the illegal drugs that's coming across our border? Let me share this with you guys. This is going to be hilarious. Is this it? No. When it comes to the drugs that are coming across the border, a lot of people think of somebody that's brown that's bringing the drugs across the border. Let's take a look. Oh, well, what do you know? Former San Jose police union director pleads guilty to smuggling opioids. This came out in October of last year. And it's not the guy on the right that is the one. It's the white woman on the left. A white woman has been smuggling opioid drugs across our border for years. And you mean to tell me that really it's the Mexicans that's doing it? Now, they could be involved in some way, shape, or form, right? You know, because there's many people involved. There's also Americans that are involved that are doing a lot of the drug smuggling and trade as well. But look at this. Look at this. Wait. Former executive director of the San Jose Police Officers Association pled guilty on Tuesday to illegally importing opioids. Joanne Segovia entered her plea on San Jose federal court as part of a deal with federal authorities about a year and a half after she was first charged in connection with an international drug ring that Homeland Security investigators were monitoring. While Segovia had previously maintained her innocence, she agreed in August to accept responsibility for her actions as part of a deal with U.S. prosecutors. Quote, Mrs. Segovia is relieved to be able to admit responsibility and culpability for what she did. That was from her attorney. As a sober person who has time to reflect on the wrongfulness of her conduct, it is time for her to take the next step towards closure of this case and her personal healing. While working as a lead civilian administrator for the San Jose Police Union, Segovia allegedly had thousands of illicit pills shipped to her home over several years that she ordered on both her personal and office computers and redistributed some of those pills elsewhere, and the U.S. authorities said. Under the current plea deal, Segovia is being charged with one count of illegally importing tapentadol, a potent painkiller listed as a Schedule II controlled substance by the U.S. government. Segovia was originally charged in March 2023 with one count attempting to import form of fentanyl that authorities found on patches and stickers and packages addressed to her from China. However, U.S. prosecutors in August removed that charge, saying there was an error in the testing of the substance, where subsequent testing showing no evidence of fentanyl in the package. So here's the thing. It's Americans that's doing that shit. Americans. Bet you Mike Johnson don't want to talk about that one. So that's the problem, right? On top of it, while we're at it, people like this are the ones that are importing the fentanyl. But how many people are actually talking about how somebody sued the law enforcement in South Florida who was charged, or who we found out that they were producing crack cocaine in the police precincts in South Florida so that they can distribute it to people, so then they can arrest them for drug sale, for buying drug paraphernalia, and for having drug possession. They were literally cooking. Gotta be careful what I say. They were literally producing crack cocaine. And they're literally being sued for that in South Florida. Let's not forget what the CIA did in selling cocaine into our neighborhoods, crack cocaine into our neighborhoods, so that they can use the sale of the crack cocaine to fund the regime change operations and wars in South America and other countries as well. So when people like Mike Johnson talk about it, he don't want to talk about it. Like, he just wants to demonize other countries. Oh my goodness. Nobody cares what that great value Stephen Colbert got to say anyway. So yes, you're going to see some pain. And this is why I say it's a war on the workers. Because the people who use Temu and Shein, they're not the affluent. Very little of the affluent actually use Temu and Shein, right? It's people like you and me who can't afford the more higher price, higher quality stuff, right? So while I do have my criticisms of companies like Temu and Shein, unfortunately, there's no ethical consumption in capitalism. So a lot of people have to go where they can actually afford things. And it was just quite unfortunate. But placing tariffs on China, in addition to Canada and Mexico and many other places, it's not going to work out for those of us who are poor and working poor or working class. Harm is going to come to you. And whether it was through, whether you voted for Harris or whether you voted for Trump, you are still going to get screwed anyway. This is why we talk about leaving both parties, because they're not going to serve you. They never were. And they never intended to. Remember, they're liars. Two wings on the same bird, two cheeks on the same butt. And in the middle, there's nothing but shh. Like Kit Cabello says, keep your head on a swivel. Walk away from both parties, and let's start building dual power together. All right, so go ahead and give a like to the stream. Thank you very much to everybody. Appreciate it so very much. All right, let's go to the chat. I'm going to check to see if we have any Rumble rants. I don't see anything right now. But we got some beautiful people that are watching on the Rumble side. Thank you very much. Let's check on the Rockfin side. All right. All right. Let me share the screen. Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Oh, gosh. Now I'm at that song inside my head all day. All right. So Roger says, Disney, I have a better idea. Break it up and then designate one part of Disney a worker co-op, another part producer, another consumer, another marketing, another electric, service, etc. Then they all come together, forming their own supply chain, forming a multi-stakeholder cooperative. Bam! How you like them apples? I like them apples. I like my Granny Smith and I like my Honeycrisp, but I like them apples nonetheless. So as you know, he is doing the tariffs to motivate to build in America. I wish someone would get in Trump's ear and tell him worker co-ops are the only surefire way to ensure American-made manufacturing. It's not like that's going to vote to outsource their jobs. Prices will be higher, but the offset will be it will be built to last. That's true. I remember I handed either you or Sab a story about North Carolina furniture manufacturer. That was me, where it was built to last. You see, think about this for a second. You get what you pay for. Cheap prices, upside, but downside, cheap products not built to last. Co-op USA manufactured product. You pay a high price for the beginning, but you save in the long run because it's built to last rather than buying cheap IKEA furniture every few years. What do you make that furniture from? You got hemp. When the fibers are put together, they're stronger than steel. You pay a whole bunch of money at the beginning, which can last for decades, where you can pass it down to your children. I say pay it once or pay it cheap, but continuing to pay more over time. By the way, I hope I didn't crash out with the rant too much in the DM yesterday, but the thoughts were just flowing. Nah, you're all good, Roger. I think it's good for us to be able to vent. He says that letter I in the last message was supposed to say hi. Gotcha. Meaning pay it high, pay once, or pay it cheap to continue to pay more over time. Says if you meant this video, it was more perfect union, not JT's second thought. No. This is not what I was talking about. I was actually referring to JT's second thought video, but this is probably a really good one. It says Trump said he closed the Wall Street loophole. Will they let him? Yeah. Trump has no intention to close the Wall Street loophole, but I'll share that in the chat. Thank you very much for that, Roger. Let's go into the rest of the chat, shall we? Thank you very much to JW. Says, hey, JB, love you, fam. Thanks for all you do. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Nice to have you in the chat. All right, let me. Rich says, expecting the Dems to fight for us is ludicrous. 100 of them can't get past one doorman. Wahaha. Oh, gosh, don't get me started on that. They literally went to the Department of Education. And they're like, this man won't let us. Oh, my God. Look, Maxine Waters was like, this gentleman won't let us through. I can't believe this man won't let us through. We're trying to get here because President Trump tried to get rid of the Department of Education. I'm sorry, that was my impression of Maxine Waters, but that's exactly how she sounds. Anyway, all I just need is a wig. But here's the issue, right? You got all these Democratic senators that are sitting in front of this one guy that's blocking the door to the Department of Education. And you mean to tell me that y'all are not willing to catch a case? At least one of y'all are willing to catch a case and go, move out the way, and then go in to the Department of Education? At least one of your junior Congress people, let him catch a case. Like Maxwell Frost, you're literally in your 20s, bruh. You make enough money to be able to spring for bail? Do it. My goodness, that would have been a win for you. Them seeing you in handcuffs being quartered off by cops for trying to save the Department of Education? You could put that on political flyers and everything. Just from a politically strategist perspective, that would have been a win. But yet you guys got one skinny dude that's standing in front of you, not letting you guys in. He's not even a security guard. He ain't even got no utility belt on him. And he's not letting you through. And you mean to tell me you guys can't yoke him out of the way? if you're trying to save the Department of Education, then wouldn't that mean y'all actually save the Department of Education? Oh, no. It's just about performance, right? It's performance. Remember when that one congresswoman stood at the fence of the migrant detention facility and cried and made sure they got the right shot? Performative. Performative. This is how you know the Democrats aren't actually really, they're not actually about actually saving democracy. They don't want to save it. They want to fundraise off of it. And they're willing to let the Republicans do the dirty work while they fundraise off the dirty work. See why we're post-wobbly here? Man. Wow. Yeah, this is true, Cobra Commander. They're bad liars too. We used to have good liars, the kind that kept with a false sense of security. Now the government just gaslights the masses every day. Yeah, they're not even good liars too, man. At least make me feel good, you know. Tyler Russ says, ask Tulsi Gabbard, even what we become will bite us in the arse if we work together with the co-op farms that traded with each other. Tulsi Gabbard. The flip-flopper? I mean, look, work together with the co-op farms, hell yeah. But Tulsi Gabbard, that's not even going to be the department that she's running. Like, that will be like agriculture or commerce. Tulsi Gabbard will be director of national intelligence, the DNI. That has nothing to do with her. But I see what you mean. The boycott sensei says only the billionaires and two-party Zayo politicians benefit. Yeah. Sisyphe and Taz says Karen over here got a drug ring. Karen got a drug ring. Sisyphe, cheers to you. You won. You win. Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Who let K+8 get a drug ring? Oh my goodness. Let me go and see. Mouse says Mike Rupert calling out the CIA chief to his face for selling cocaine in LA. Classic. Yeah. I remember that. Yeah. I think it was a police officer that called out the CIA for selling cocaine in his neighborhood. I was like, whoa, snap. Kavar says, isn't it always a war on workers? Yes, it is. My point is that the war on workers is from both major parties, and it continues to be that. And some people who are Trump supporters think, oh, well, we're trying to change the Republican Party and Trump is trying to do more for workers. When in reality, I'm pointing to the workers that voted for Trump that know he played you into making you think that. No different than Kamala Harris was playing liberals into thinking that our rights would be restored if we voted for her or the Democrats. The problem is that they're both doing the work of the billionaire class. And whoever wins, at the very end, it is the billionaires and the owner class that wins. And that's the point. And yes, this is a class war. And the only way we can actually wage in this class war is by having class consciousness together. And of course, this is going to mean that we, decolonize our minds. We start coming together. We put away certain, we put away different bigotries that we may have against certain subgroups within the working class in order to be able to come together. It's all these different things. But in the end, we have to win this war because it means our very survival. Thank you very much. What kind of question is this? Our rule is, James, do you wear makeup sometimes? No. Sela says they profit from companies like Temu. Of course, unfortunately. Roger says, I knew it. You're one of those guys who puts crack on the table and expect addicts not to touch it. You do a crack story right after I said that. Oh, Roger. You are the gift that keeps on giving. Oh my goodness. Let's continue. Yeah, Sela. Sela says, thanks, Roger, for mentioning hemp is the multifunction super product for our world needs. Yeah. I actually did a show about hemp with Joey Peltier last year. If you guys want to go to my channel, you guys can look that up. But we talked about hemp, how it would also help like the people in Congo. It is such a good episode, such a good segment, I should say. If you guys want to go ahead and go to my channel and take a look at it, but it is necessary for us to be getting into different substances like that in order to pull us away from this BS that we're constantly subject to. This, these substances that we're constantly trying to use in order to keep our system going, which is going to be damaging to us. So we might as well go with something that's actually going to be natural, that's sustainable, but that's also going to mean that, it helps us all collectively. Sensei says, JB Font, do you have a Venmo? Yes, I do. It's JB Font. Yeah, it's JB Font. But yeah, thank you. You actually typed in the actual name in that question. Thank you very much for that. ATM says, I don't think Trump is waging a war on workers that are not public, that is. I think he is. And the thing is that it doesn't matter whether you're public or private sector, it's still going to affect you. These tariffs are still going to affect you no matter what. Because tariffs are not going to determine, oh, well, you work for the Department of Commerce, so I'm not going to charge you for this tariff if you buy from Temu. Do you know what I mean? It's not going to, it doesn't work like that. It's going to affect all workers overall. So make sure Breakthrough News just did a show on Congo called DR Congo. Yeah, Democratic Republic of Congo. Yeah. And then Cancer Crab says at the beginning of the US, it was a law for all farmers to grow some hemp. I wish we can go back to that. Letitia says, how can we fight back towards these tariffs, taxes imposed by Trump? That's actually a really good question. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend like I have all the answers. One thing I can say is this is why we push mutual aid within our community. This is why, for instance, people, like myself, Rome, Sabby, Nick, we do mutual aid. Because what that does is that it creates an ecosystem among our fellow workers within our community so that we can depend on each other so it doesn't affect us as much, right? And building dual power. And I actually talked about mutual aid a few weeks ago on here about what mutual aid is, different types of mutual aid. So then we can actually build dual power. So then we can build worker solidarity, because you need to build dual power and build a system outside of the capitalist system in order for us to be able to grow and have something egalitarian. You're not going to be able to continue in this system the way it is. It's completely unsustainable. So fighting back, the best way I can recommend is start doing mutual aid and building dual power. Now, we could have another show about doing mutual aid and building dual power. For instance, me and Sabby can do it on the Sabby and Jaybe show. We've done it before and we'll do it again. I'm going to be honest with you. It's not one of the sexiest subjects. So I would like to see a huge amount of people watching, but it's still going to be necessary. So we can always do that again. But I think it's important to know that, number one, it is not a silver bullet. It is a process. And in that process, you build brick by brick. But here's the thing. When you start to build brick by brick, after a while, you start to see the foundation in the house come together. And so in order to fight back against these tariffs, taxes imposed by, at the first, when it was Biden, now it's Trump, is that you start lessening the burden by helping out our fellow neighbors and coming together. This also means getting to know local farmers, coming together with them, skipping the middleman that could be some, especially like corporate owned grocery stores. Instead, skip the middleman and go straight to them, right? If you can. I say if you can, because some of us, we can't, right? Or if you know that some people can't, can you assist your neighbors who can't and help them circumvent these corporations? That's what you can do. ultimately, community is the answer. And that's the best answer I can give you, Letitia. I hope it helps. And, you know, I wish you all the success in combating this. And I wish all of us the success in combating this, basically. Yeah. No to GMO said, and bartering, that can also help too. You know, appreciate that. ATM says buy American. Here's the thing though. That's all well and good, but just because it says made in America doesn't mean it wasn't made in a precarious way. Because some of our products that were made in America were made by slave labor. Let's say, hypothetically, you got a partner that's like some stuff from Victoria's Secret. Well, some of that stuff that was made in Victoria's Secret was actually made by slave labor. Or let's say they want to fly and go to visit their mama, right? But they need to give a phone call, right? And they give a phone call to American Airlines, and the person helps them out. That person that helped them out is actually an inmate. And so American Airlines is actually using that person as slave labor. Or maybe you want a double cheeseburger from McDonald's. That's American. But they used American slave labor in order to process those patties. So the problem is that it's also about which companies you go with. See, this is why I talked about worker cooperatives at the beginning. Because worker cooperatives, then you circumvent also that exploitative structure. If you can, that's what I mean. So just because it's American doesn't mean it's all good. That's why, exactly what I said in the beginning, just because it's a black business doesn't mean it's all good, because you got some black business owners that are also exploitative as well. You know, so I appreciate that, but it also has to be the type of businesses that we go with too. We gotta educate ourselves on it. So, and then let's go here, and then we'll move on to our yes, it is slavery, because the thing is that they are under duress in order to be able to do that type of work. And they have what's called plausible deniability, where, oh, we pay them 60 cents or we'll pay them $2 an hour. So it's not technically slavery, when in reality it is. And then the problem is all the profits that go up to the top of the companies. I really would like for you to really examine this, because the problem is that according to the 13th Amendment, slavery is actually legal within this country. And then just to make sure that people don't go, oh, well, it's not actually slavery, they'll pay them a few pennies on the dollar just so that they can say, oh, it's technically not slavery, when in reality it is, right? That's like saying, baby, I'm not cheating on you. I mean, she just, did a little Glock 9000 with the twist. Just because you didn't go all the way doesn't mean just because we didn't go all the way doesn't mean I cheated. See what I mean? So the thing is like, no, it is slavery. And so you can try to, twist yourself into a pretzel and think that it's not, because you somehow think that the people who are in prison, they deserve it because of they did a crime, when some of these things, a lot of these crimes are really just people who got into the system because of their impoverished positions, where they committed crimes of lack of opportunity or crimes of desperation. But at the same time, you're really making the same excuses that a lot of the people who are at the top make excuses in order to enact slavery. It's a very morally reprehensible position, and I beg you to reconsider. Yes. Now, I'm going to say this. Unfortunately, some people, that's all they can afford at that point in time. It's unfortunate. And that's the problem with capitalism, because it forces you to support a system that does that. But what about people who do have a choice? Or what about, the systems where people don't have to order from places like that? You know what I'm saying? What about the wage slavery that happens with people who are picking our fruits and vegetables who are undocumented at the border? That's also wage slavery. I encourage you to read Marx. And you can start with State and the Revolution. I think it's by Engels, but start off with that. But yes, wage slavery is still slavery. Slavery that's done in the prisons are still slavery. And that's the way it is. That's honestly the way it is. And the problem is that no, they don't. See, that's the problem, is that no, they don't start with a small paycheck and then they evolve economically. Do you actually live in a system where there's meritocracy? Because I sure as hell don't. I'm sorry, but that's not the way this system works. That's not the way capitalism works. But I'm not here to debate with somebody in the comment section, but I do recommend that you actually start looking into the way capitalism works, is what's about who owns what and how the system of exploitation works, so that you actually, know that their people are kept purposefully at these low levels so that the people at the top will gain more and more and more. And that's how it ultimately works. And by the way, while we're at it, didn't want to get into this, but there are some people who are immigrants that are given more opportunities than some of us who are American that were born here. For instance, the tax deferment that you get for 10 years as a business owner. By the way, a lot of the poor Black neighborhoods, if you go to a hair store in a Black neighborhood, in a Black hood, who's the person that owns it? It's not somebody that's Black, and it's not somebody that's Black American. Let's be real. And on top of that, the people who are immigrants that come here, they're not allowed to go to the white neighborhoods to actually really open up. Unless they're a white immigrant, then they're allowed. But if they're a brown immigrant, they have to go into the Black neighborhoods and open up their stores there, because they're not allowed to go into the white neighborhoods. And then they open up theirs there, and they have some economic mobility, but we're not allowed to have it. And then on top of that, they're also allowed being given grants and things like that, or tax deferments and things like that, in order to be able to establish their business and make a little bit more, so they can be just above the rest of us. And then that causes us to have a resentment towards them, because somehow they made it better than we did, even though we have been here for generations. And then on top of that, they learn from white people within this country that in order to get ahead, you got to be anti-Black. So you have to look down at the Black people instead. You know what? Let's put all the things out there. Let's keep it a beam. And this is how the system of exploitation keeps the workers divided too. So then guess what? Guess who comes here as well? Some of the people who come here as documented immigrants are also taught that they have to be anti-Black in order to be able to get ahead. And so then this divides the workers even more. And so, yeah. But here's the thing. It's all connected. That's the thing. It's all connected to systems of exploitation. This is why I said, get into some marks. Get into some marks and we can have that conversation. Anyway, let's continue. Oh, before I get into that, let's give a shout out to the patrons on Patreon. Without you guys, we would not be able to do this work. Look, hang on one second. So, look, you guys are allowing us to be able to do this work in a beautiful way where we not only talk the talk, but we walk the walk. And in doing so, we're able to do mutual aid. We're able to help our community members. And, you know, this is why I think it is important for us to push more egalitarian systems, because this is about helping everybody, not just some subset of particular communities. And we can do this in an equal and equitable way. But you're allowing us to be able to get this information out there. And it is, you know, it's wonderful that you allow us to be able to do this. And we appreciate all this support that you give unto us. And we're able to do this day in, day out, you know, and we're coming up on our 4th anniversary. So I just want to thank you guys for doing this. And one more thing. I'm sorry, but this is one of the most paternalistic and anti-Black bullshit I've heard in my life. And I'm sorry. You say Black people need to be pulled from the ears and pushed to seek opportunity. And what I'm saying is that with Trump, those opportunities might be available. I'm sorry, but that is the complete and utter bullshit. Because here's the thing. Hold up. We built this country. I'm sorry. You came on a Black channel, a Black ass channel, and you're telling us that we need to pull ourselves by the ears like we're some petulant children that needs to be told what to do. The caucasity of it all. I know you did not just come in here on a Black channel to tell us that we need to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps. The fuck is wrong with you? The hell? And you're telling us, who are literally trying to build up a system that is equal and equitable despite this capitalist system, oh, well, you guys just need to do better. When have you researched the bombing of Tulsa, Oklahoma in the 1920s? Have you seen what happened in Ocoee, Florida? Have you seen what happened in Rosewood? Have you researched about the towns that were put underwater? And yet you're telling us that we need to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps? Did you not see a couple weeks back when me and Sabby went over the Black inventions by Black inventors? The modern security system was built by a Black woman. And you mean to tell us that we're not pulling ourselves up? We're not pulling our own weight in this country? And every single time we actually tried to establish something better, we had COINTELPRO, the CIA, and the FBI come after us. Do your research before you come here and act in a paternalistic fashion like you're our father, because guess what? You're not. And I don't care if you leave this channel in a huff or cancel us, but I'm gonna stand 10 toes down. Don't you dare talk to us like we're petulant children. You can get the fuck out. I don't care. But don't do that. because it's my people. My 5th great grandfather was born in 1792. Helped build this country. Blood, sweat, and tears. Our family members, our ancestors were raped. I'm sorry, but you talking, you can't, I'm sorry, you got the right one on the wrong day. No. You're not coming in here being all paternalistic like that. No. That's bullshit. Nah. I tried to be nice. But nah, you got me on the right person on the wrong day. Like, nah, I'm not playing with that, man. Anyway, let's go into the next subject. Let's talk about the Super Bowl. We're going to get into this because I think it's very important that we talk about, even though this is a de facto American holiday, we need to talk about the homelessness crisis and all that it entails. So as people know, the Super Bowl is going to be happening today. Super Bowl 59 is going to be going against the Kansas City Chiefs. I know Nick is cheering for that, against the Philadelphia Eagles, which Sabby will be cheering for that. So I'm going to really look in the phone for the text messages. And Sabby and Nick, if you guys are watching, I want y'all to make that as entertaining as hell. You guys are going to make it entertaining. But with that being said, while I am cool with sporting events and things like that, a lot of times what doesn't get covered is the class aspect of these events. And I want to go over that. So, first of all, one of the things I'm going to talk about is the Super Bowl. Oop, I didn't want that. Let me take that down. I want to talk about the Super Bowl and Governor Landry. Let me share my screen really quick. And sorry for getting emotional, guys, but my thing is like, I don't like people being paternalistic like that, and also painting people with a broad brush as well, for the most part, like, and that way, I just don't play it. But anyways, let's continue with this.
I'm Lauren McCoy. State officials scrambled to erect a temporary center for homeless people ahead of the Super Bowl and Mardi Gras at the direction of Governor Landry.
Chris Joseph reports the shelter divides residents and leaders.
Monday afternoon, crews worked to get what the state calls the transitional center off the ground. We weren't allowed in, but from the outside, it's a 70,000 square foot Port Nola warehouse. The state says the 200-bed facility will be caring for the homeless community by this Wednesday.
We will give them opportunity to have food. They will have shower facilities, medical facilities, as well as mental health counseling.
They'll also be on France Road, an 11-minute drive from the Superdome and a nearby encampment. A sign at the encampment explains the benefits of the center and promised transportation to the facility, but it also warned law enforcement could get involved if people don't leave. One resident who wanted to remain anonymous says he'll leave, but he's not going to the center. What's your plan?
No, I'm not trying to go. No, because I think it's going to be just way too many people, and it's going to turn into just a disaster.
Local leaders are.
So let's take in what that gentleman just said, who is unhoused. So on the surface, this looks like a good thing because in preparation for the Super Bowl, they're having this warehouse. It sounds so dehumanizing. A warehouse for people who are unhoused within the area to go there, right? partially because New Orleans doesn't want the people visiting to see their homeless issue, right? This seems to be a trend that goes on wherever the Super Bowl or a big game happens. They want to move the unhoused out of the way because it's like, well, we don't want them to see that we have a homeless problem. Oh my goodness, please. You just can't let them see that we treat our citizens like shit. Oh, I'm sorry. And so what they do is that they want to place them in a warehouse like they're a parcel or something. And then say, oh, we'll give you these things. And, you know, how many people, how much room is there going to be? Are they going to be crammed up, right? Are they going to be forced in there? Also, on top of it all, like, here's a thing that happen in shelters. Theft happens. Sexual assault happens. A lot of times, in order to be able to stay at certain places, you have to go by certain stipulations that might not be conducive to people, because quiet as is kept, 40 to 60% of unhoused people actually have jobs. But what if you work at a job and you are outside of the shelter past your curfew? But it's because you're at work. See, this is some of the things that a lot of people don't think about, right? Also, some of these shelters, right, they'll have religious qualifications. So you have to sit with them during worship time, things like that. When in reality, it's like, well, what if you're Muslim? What if you're a different denomination of Christian than somebody else? What if you're Hindu? What if you're Buddhist? What if you're atheist, right? You have to not be true to yourself in order to, act. And you have to pretend like you're getting involved with another religion. That's not right. And there's many other different factors. And I've talked about this on my channel before about, what they do when it comes to, placing barriers for people who are unhoused. And this is why I'm a big fan of housing first structure, right? So I just want to linger on what that gentleman was saying, because I think it's important that we listen to the people who are literally on the ground instead, because a lot of times people will listen to the quote unquote officials rather than the people who are literally being affected by it. So let's continue.
Disaster.
Local leaders are divided on the plan. Representative Alonzo Knox released a statement in support, saying the current encampments are unsafe and pose risks to public health. Meanwhile,
hang on. It's risks to public health when the Super Bowl comes over, but it's not risks to public health the rest of the year round? Or what are you doing to make it so that they are permanently off the street? And a lot of times people go, well, some of them just want to be on the street. Not necessarily. They want to be on the street because it's better than being in these situations that have these mandatory arbitrary qualifications that they have to meet before they actually house. And this is what part of the reason why I hate the phrase beggars can't be choosers. No. Let them choose. And here's the thing. This is why I'm a fan of housing first. Give them the housing and set the foundation so then they can actually build themselves up. Give them the housing first. Even if they're still on substance abuse, still they get housing. People who are addicted to substances deserve housing. I don't care. Because they're still human beings, right? People who have mental health issues still deserve housing. It's there for them. No questions asked. People who are lazy, I hate that phrase, but people who are lazy All right, fine. Let them chill. Maybe, just maybe, there's something that they have to work through, that they have to get past. And maybe, just maybe, having that security there will alleviate that, so that then they start being productive members of society, which your value should not be in how much you produce. Your value is inherent, that you are a human being, that you are a sentient being. Oh, all right. Let's continue.
The council member Leslie Harris provided Fox 8 a document from the Workforce Group, which will help run the center. It shows that if the center operates for 90 days, it will cost an estimated $16 million. She says the city asked the state for $8 million to address the homelessness issue after the Taylor Swift concert.
We could have had people housed and in shelter already.
Governor Jeff Landry's office told Fox 8 that document was not the final proposal, but did not provide any other figures. Back on France Road, those who live and work at the nearby dock say they were blindsided by the news.
I'm glad that they're giving people a place to stay for sure. It's a little interesting that it's right next to where I live, though.
We're going to have to increase security. We're going to have to be more vigilant on who's in and out of the yard. We got to take care of our customers.
The state plans to move in the new neighbors this week. Now, the sign at the encampment promised 24/7 security at the facility. The state told Fox 8 again, the center is temporary. Lauren?
Of course it's temporary, because do you actually think that they're going to house the unhoused in a more permanent facility like that? No. But they could actually create permanent housing and do housing first, and just let them have. And here's the thing. When I talk about housing first, so when anybody, those of us on the left, actually talk about housing first, people think that we're trying to give them Taj Mahal. No, we're not. Here's the thing, right? Here's what I think that every single human being deserves. I'm going to give you to you right now. Let me give you to you straight, no chaser. Every single human being deserves a room with a kitchen, a bathroom, and a living room, right? They deserve a separate bedroom and a living room, bathroom and kitchen, and an area for storage, with adequate utilities like electricity. They deserve to have a phone, and they deserve to have internet access. And basic, healthy food options. I said what I said. So that when people actually have that basis of security, the distress and disease of despair goes away. Your brain actually functions better when you don't have disease of despair. This was actually brought out by Professor Anthony Zankis in his TED Talk. So when you don't have the disease of despair, those cortisol levels aren't rising. Your brain actually starts to function better. Then you're like, I want to do this. I want to do that. I want to do that. Then you start actually wanting to do work that is productive, that actually helps your fellow members of society. See, this is what helps us, is having that basis of material needs met, so then people actually start to self-actualize. The problem is that we go the opposite direction. We make them have to jump through hoops in order to be able to prove their worthiness as a human being, when they're already human beings in the first place. We just have to start caring more. So let me go to this article. Go here. So this is Super Bowl affects New Orleans economy and homelessness. Let me make sure this goes up. Yep. Boom. All right. So Super Bowl affects New Orleans economy and homelessness. Says Super Bowl comes to New Orleans on February 9th, which is today, and will impact the New Orleans economy and homeless population. So it says Governor Landry implemented a sweep of homeless people, temporarily locating them out of the area surrounding the Superdome and moving them into a temporary warehouse facility, citing safety concerns in a January 1st executive order. The American Civil Liberties Union of Louisiana and 11 other community organizations sent letters to the governor and argued on behalf of the relocated homeless population. These community organizations are calling this a temporary Band-Aid solution for the problem. The state of Louisiana released $16 million to operate this temporary housing facility. So $16 million. Hang on. Let me see something. That's $16 million, right? As of 2024, the number of people experiencing homelessness in New Orleans was 1,454. Let's do some math. 1,454. Hang on. Because I'm curious. $16 million. 16 million divided by 1,454. That's $11,004.12. $11,400.12. Let's divide that by 12. That comes out to $917. Could you, for $917 a piece for an entire year, house all of the unhoused people permanently for at least 2 to 3 years? Every single unhoused person in New Orleans? What's the average rent price in New Orleans? Average rent in New Orleans is $1,298 per month. Right. Okay. So and studios are $1,017. Okay. So $1,298, right? Which is, you can negotiate or do lower, right? By having them state-owned, right? And just transition the homelessness into state-ran housing. Build it, and then allow the unhoused to be there. And it could be a housing first initiative where they have that housing no matter what. Until they decide to move out, they have that housing. And include utilities, including internet, right? And then you also give them SNAP benefits, right? And you give them employment assistance, meaning a program where you basically ensure that person that's unhoused, that's living in permanent state housing, you insure them, so then the companies aren't taking that big of a risk, and then they hire the people who are unhoused. Right? Now, of course, all the gory details and things like that, I'm not an expert. But I'm coming up with something off the top of my head, live, right in front of you, in 1080p. This is just off the top of my head. And you don't think that they can't do that in Louisiana with all those brilliant minds that they have that work in government? They can do it. They just don't want to. And no public-private partnership. No. Keep it all public. Keep it public. Well, that's $16 million of taxpayer money. All right, then raise the taxes on the top 1% of the state. Do it. Raise their taxes. They're making away like bandits anyway. Well, they're not going to want to live here. Well, I guess they're not going to live here. But I am of the opinion that in order to live in a society, it takes all members of society to contribute so that we all can take care of each other collectively. Because I am a firm believer in the phrase, how does it go? Each according to his ability and each according to his need. Each according to his ability and each according to his need. Meaning, if they are the most disenfranchised, if they are the most vulnerable, they need special circumstances in order to be able to get to a point where they are a little bit more self-sustainable. But they're not right now because it's a triage situation. So therefore, we got to help them out. Therefore, by making sure they have permanent housing. But then this also means that the people who aren't unhoused, but who are housing precarious, we got to make sure they're good too. Which means it grows, right? I just want to go over the map because like $16 million, like you can literally help like all the homeless people for at least a year to have permanent housing. It says the Studio of New Orleans had a conflict with Landry's plans for the homeless. According to a city officials during Landry's order to send in state troopers to close homeless encampments. Also, this is a whole another point. Somebody's like, where we get the money from? Take it from the local law enforcement. They don't need all that money. They don't. Because all the money that you would spend with local law enforcement to arrest and process unhoused people, you can use that money to actually house the homeless people. We wouldn't have to spend money on taking care of them while they're in jail. This is also going to lower the cost of money that we spend on them going to the emergency rooms. It is actually more cost effective to house the homeless permanently than it is to keep them that way. And here's the thing, the ruling class, the corporate dictators, the owner class knows this, but they want people to be homeless so that it serves to you a reminder that if you don't accept your exploitation, then you're going to end up just like them. So you need to accept being exploited so then you work for starvation wages just so that you don't end up like them. That's why homeless people exist. And so if we were to actually house them all, then that means that you and I would know in our heads and in our hearts, hey, no matter what, I still have a safety net. I'll still have housing. I'll still have all the resources I need in order to have a basic modicum of living standard. Meaning you would have a choice when it comes to employment. You have a choice when it comes to actual pay. I don't have to take this shit. And then you can wait for something while you still have your housing and your utilities and maybe even your food supplemented. And people say, oh, well, they're just going to be lazy and do nothing. Because humans are actually a very productive species. The problem is that a lot of times our depression is what makes us unproductive. Well, why do we get depressed? Is it because we're productive? Well, a lot of us work while we're still depressed, so that's not it. Says, according to Unity, a homeless services nonprofit, it was given $15 million from the Department of Housing and Urban Development to begin providing permanent housing to homeless and New Orleans residents. The Super Bowl sweep caused the city's plans to be delayed. Evidence-based best practices for ending homelessness are centered on permanent housing with supportive services. That's from Martha Keekle, Executive Director of Unity. There are serious concerns about the conditions at the state center, according to Louisiana councilperson Leslie Harris in an interview with Variety News. Also, by the way, that $16 million is going to whom? Because if it's going to build one facility temporarily for the homeless, then who is that money going towards? This is just another example of money going to construction companies and real estate developers and the nonprofit industrial complex, which actually keeps homelessness in place because they have an incentive to keep it in place. Because if homelessness actually goes away, then the nonprofit industrial complex doesn't exist anymore. They don't have a job anymore. So it actually incentivizes them to keep it. Oh my gosh, this is how nefarious it is. Says there are serious concerns at the state center. Says residents were already in the process of moving into the facility, though the facility was not ready for residents upon visiting. Harris identified issues including the need for line cots and additional bedding, a sewer line issued forcing residents to use the only two available outdoor portable toilets, porta potties, and no television or phones being available for residents to use to contact family and loved ones. Harris also added that services like mental health and case management were not yet functional. The city is continuing its efforts to permanently house the homeless population, saying it's a statement from the mayor's office. It says despite delays causing the state-led sweeps in the fall, the program has aided significant progress. 275 individuals have been housed from inner core encampments, with 8 encampment sites closed and the rehousing completed at an additional 6 sites throughout downtown. The city said they were looking for permanent solutions to the issue. The city looks forward to leveraging state supports to strengthen its approach and help create sustainable permanent housing solutions. In 2025, the city of New Orleans will continue to focus its resources on rehousing individuals from encampments and its low barrier shelter. Another impact the Super Bowl has is on the economy. So here's what they say. It says it will bring prosperity to the economy, right? It says Super Bowl is like an export similar to Louisiana's sports such as jazz. Local businesses will do better, certainly restaurants. But then when restaurants do better, so will fishermen, so will people producing food right here, the waiters, the busboys. If we're up to New Orleans and they offered us the Super Bowl, it would be very foolish to say no. According to Jay Cicero, the CEO of the Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation, in an interview with Fox 15 News, the last time New Orleans hosted the Super Bowl was in 2013, and it brought $480 million. This year, he expected to be around $500 million. Now, let me ask you this. Who gets the bulk of that money? Because let's say you work in a restaurant and you may get tips, right, for being a busser or a server, right, which is fine. But are you going to make that much more? Who's really going to get the bulk of that money? If you're a bartender, who's going to get the bulk of that money? Is it going to be you or the owner of the bar? See, this is why it's important to consider who owns what, who benefits. Because is it really going to trickle down to you? It's negligible at best. $500 million. And they chose $16 million to take the homeless and put them in a warehouse. Just temporarily. So then the people who are coming for the Super Bowl spending exorbitant amounts of money to watch a 3 to 4 hour football game so that they won't have to see the eyesore that is the homeless, disheveled homeless people out on the street. Instead of permanently housing them. The money that could come partially from the sale of the Super Bowl, which they already made right now, could literally go to permanently housing the unhoused. How much is this Super Bowl costing? Let's go into that. Because I think this is important to put this in retrospect about how much the Super Bowl makes. How much are... Next time, Gadget, next time. I'm not trying to watch this. Okay. So how much are Super Bowl 2025 tickets? See the average, cheapest, and most expensive prices for today's game. So it says the 2025 Super Bowl kicks off at 6:30 p.m., which is in about 2 hours today in New Orleans, where the Kansas City Chiefs will face the Philadelphia Eagles in an event that is expected to draw huge crowds and potentially even bigger fanfare. Viewers tuning into the game from home will have several options to how to watch it, some which are free. Like in previous years, those who show up in person will have to pay a high price to be there. From the cheapest seat, oh my gosh, can I take this video down? CBS, you get on my nerves. From the cheapest seats to the most expensive, here's how spot spectators can reserve at Caesar Superdome. Here's how much Super Bowl tickets cost this year. So, oh, there we go. Boom, there we go. How much do the cheapest Super Bowl tickets cost? As of February 6th, the cheapest Super Bowl seats in the Superdome Terrace, which is the stadium's upper level in the 20th row, those tickets cost $3,000 each on Ticketmaster, although some seats nearby were priced as high as $4,982. Similarly located seats were going for at least $2,920 each on StubHub, with a handful of tickets remaining at the general price point. Additional tickets were still free to purchase from the online marketplaces that advertise original event passes from Super Bowl organizers, as well as resale tickets. The affordable ones relative to floor seating were generally scattered along the terrace, which prices range from that of $2,920 low to nearly $5,000, depending on the seller and their location. Ticket packages sold directly by NFL start roughly at $6,700 per person and include amenities along with the seat, like access to tailgate parties, meet and greets with football stars, and free food and drinks. How much is the average Super Bowl ticket price? Average Super Bowl ticket price is $8,076 in the final weeks leading up to this year's game. Which are the most expensive? Price tickets currently up for grabs on the ground level near the Chiefs area on the field. Seats in that section cost around $8,650 on StubHub, with comparable seats costing up to $12,000 on Ticketmaster. Those prices were down from the previous week, when prime viewing could cost interested patrons between $14,414 and $22,663 on StubHub, and up to $18,800 on Ticketmaster for the same seats. Essentially, you're going to be spending how much it would cost you to pay for rent for an entire year for Super Bowl tickets. And then some. And yet we can't house the homeless. Let's continue here. How does this cost of a 2025 Super Bowl ticket compare to previous years? It talks about with StubHub, it said seeing record demand for Super Bowl tickets, with sales up 10% from the same time last year. The company's average price for a seat at the game is down 14% since 2024. So ultimately, you basically got to pay an arm and a leg and sacrifice your youngest child to a volcano in order to be able to afford a ticket for the Super Bowl. And yet we still can't house the homeless in New Orleans, which is just under 1,500 people. We can't house them. But Super Bowl tickets are going between $3,000 to upwards of $20,000 a seat. And how many seats are in that Superdome? Well, this is why I say it is so important for us to continuously think about our unhoused neighbors. This is going to be a hugely watched Super Bowl. By the way, the halftime show is going to be performed by Kendrick Lamar. Kendrick Lamar just won 5 Grammy Awards last week. And now he's going to be performing at the Superdome. By the way, from what I heard, artists don't get paid for Super Bowl performances. So that's money that's not going to Kendrick Lamar. When Rihanna performed, that's money that didn't go to Rihanna, right? So the money actually is not spent. And of course, Kendrick Lamar will make money on the back end because more people are going to hear his music at the Super Bowl halftime show, which means that his sales are going to go up and, digital downloads as well as streaming. So he'll make his money on the back end. But the issue is like all that money, and it's not going to help the homeless have permanent housing? This is why I said the Super Bowl versus the homeless. Because whenever you have major events like this, major sporting events like this, the homeless are usually taken away so that people don't see them. I'm going to be honest with you. You know why they also are doing this? Because they don't want the homeless to panhandle. Because you have people who spent $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 on Super Bowl tickets. Let's say it's a family of 4. And let's say they got the cheap nosebleed section seats where they're $3,000. You got a family of 4. That's $12,000 spent on that. You don't think they ain't got a few extra dollars in their pockets to hand to a homeless person that's panhandling off the street? Oh, you know they do. But are they going to want to give it to the unhoused person that's panhandling off the street? No. Because they're going to be of the same mind as that one guy that I was talking about. They just picked themselves up by their bootstraps. Stop being homeless. When it's the system that creates that. One of my favorite quotes, and I forget who said it, but is, when a flower doesn't bloom, you fix the environment in which the flower grows, not the flower. It's the system. That's the issue. And yet we expect the flower to grow in inhospitable conditions, and we get mad at the flower for not blooming. When in reality, you got to create the conditions for the flower to be able to bloom. But you don't want to. You want to blame it on the flower. And so the flower doesn't bloom and the flower dies. Oh, see, the flower didn't act, they didn't adapt. And that's the problem. That's the problem with the system that we have. And every single time we see people who are unhoused, we tell them to get a job, where 40 and 60% of them actually do have a job, by the way. We tell them to get help, but it costs money to get help. Oh, get a job. Well, you need an ID to have a job. Well, go get an ID. Well, it actually costs money to go and get an ID. And then on top of it, you need access to your birth certificate as well as your social security card in order to be able to get the ID. Plus, you need a mailing location for your ID, or to, for you to get your social security card sent to you, or for your birth certificate to get sent to you from the vital statistics office. You need an address to be able to get it. But you don't have an address. And also, in order to be able to get a job, you actually have to have a home address in order to be able to get your job, to have that job. And then on top of it, if they know that you're homeless, the hiring manager knows that you're homeless, they're going to be more likely to avoid hiring you because you're homeless, maybe because you look disheveled or you don't look like the type of person that they want to be working for their company, because you're not the right fit. Well, you don't look like the right fit for them. It's the system. It's the system. And people keep thinking that it's an individual issue. You cannot individualize your way to success in a system. It is the exception, not the rule. And a lot of times people will say, oh, well, you just got to pull yourselves up by your bootstraps, when in reality, even that phrase was made as a taunt against individualistic practices. Because what it basically means is you take your shoe, hold on. You take your shoe, right? That's on your foot, and you pull your shoe up by its laces with your feet in it, and you pull your body off the ground, fully off the ground. Can you do it? That's what it means to pick up yourself by your bootstraps. It's the equivalent of picking your whole body up off the floor by your shoelaces. It does not work because individualism doesn't work. It has never worked in the thousands of years of human existence. We are a communal species, and therefore we have to go by a communal system in order to be able to survive and thrive. But the problem is that the ruling class will tell you and me, oh, we got here on our own. That is bullshit. They never did. And you never will too. But they keep trying to convince you that you will. And all you need to do is simp for people like them. Simp for them, and maybe, just maybe, you'll get to where they're at. Even though they're snickering in the background going, you're never going to get to where we're at. So when it comes to us, go ahead, enjoy the game, but focus on the people who are the most disenfranchised despite the game. If you're in New Orleans, start doing mutual aid for the people in your area, because the city and the state sure as hell ain't doing real mutual aid that will actually permanently help affect the unhoused in the area. If you're in Louisiana, start helping them out as much as you possibly can. One day, New Orleans will collectively own the Saints. One day, Philadelphia will collectively own the Eagles. One day, Boston. Sorry, I got to say Boston. Shout out to you, Saps. Will collectively own the Patriots. Because ultimately, it's about the collective owning so that everyone benefits, not just the top few people. Because who's really benefiting from this game? It's the owners. The owners of the Chiefs, the owners of the Eagles, the owners of the Superdome. That's who benefits. Not the workers, not the poor people. This is why we got to change the system. So then, when we have an egalitarian system, and when we actually have a Super Bowl, that Super Bowl will be for the collective benefit of everybody. And it will no longer be Super Bowl versus the homeless. It'll be just a Super Bowl and a celebration of sportsmanship. All right, go ahead and give a like to the video. Thank you so very much to everybody. Appreciate it so much. You guys have been wonderful. Let's go into the comments. I know I am way over time, but there was no meeting today. Thank God. So I was able to go this long. But I love you guys on Rumble. Oh my goodness. Okay. Just checking for Rumble rants. Looks like we're good there. Let's go into the Rockfin chat. Give me your Rockfin chat. Give me a cool hood rat. One that don't give a what. Sorry. I don't know why my brain is like that, but it just is. Roger says regarding is there a war on workers? Know this. What is the owner's goal? To maximize profit. What is the owner's number one cost? Answer, labor. So by design, there's always an incentive to drive it down to zero or get as perfect as possible by using their enforcers, aka management. This will involve migrant, prison, child, or outsourced labor to get as close to zero as possible, or AI to get to zero. So always understand that the owner is always planning against your financial well-being. Therefore, get rid of them before they get rid of you. Roger, you brilliant man, you. Get rid of them before they get rid of you. Build out, embrace, and transition to the cooperative economy. Citizen ballot initiative amendments is direct democracy in government. Worker cooperatives, direct democracy in the economy, and mutual aid, direct democracy into the community. That's the motto. He says, check the DM. What's this? Oh, yeah. Okay. This is a great video that Roger shared. By second thought, this also is about how Finland ended homelessness. I've shared this before. I think I shared it on my channel, but I want you guys, this is your homework assignment as well. Look, this is only a 15-minute video. Give it a watch before the pregame starts. Look, that's your homework assignment, right? Watch that video. It's only 15 minutes. Watch it. Share with your family. Share with your friends. Talk about the homelessness in New Orleans. Make it a conversation. Let people know what's really going on, right? We gotta love our neighbors. This includes our unhoused neighbors, baby. We gotta love them, and we can love them by supporting them through mutual aid and knowing what's going on, and then acting on what's going on by alleviating the issues of what's going on. All right, so Roger said, Pete DM. Roger, are you going to give me a whole slew of information? I know you are, because that's how Roger operates. Roger be feeding people. Oh, Lord. See, I knew it. Roger, I don't think I have time because I'm trying to be done. This talks about California Proposition 6, remove involuntary servitude as punishment for a crime amendment in 2024. 2.25 million in total registered voters, 16 million voted on a presidential ticket, 14.4 million voted on a ballot measure. Says was on the ballot in California as a legislatively referred constitutional amendment on November 5th, 2024. The ballot measure was defeated. A yes vote supports amending the state constitution to prohibit slavery and involuntary servitude as punishment for a crime and authorize the Department of Corrections as rehabilitation to award credits who are incarcerated persons who involuntarily participate in work assignments. Says the amendment will repeal language prohibiting involuntary servitude except to punish crime and replace it with language prohibiting slavery and involuntary servitude. Absolutely. The amendment is also would prohibit the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation from disciplining any incarcerated person for refusing to work assignment, but authorize the department to award credits to incarcerated persons who voluntarily participate in work assignments. So other states voted on similar issues. So let me share. because this is good. This actually answers what that gentleman was saying earlier. In 2022, 5 states, Alabama, Louisiana, Oregon, Tennessee, and Vermont, decided on ballot measures to repeal language from their state constitutions that allow for enslavement or voluntary servitude as punishments for crime, or in Vermont for the payment of debts, damages, or fines. All except for Louisiana amendment were approved. In 2020, voters in Nebraska and Utah voted to remove language from their respective constitutions that allowed the use of slavery and involuntary servitude as criminal punishments. In 2018, voters in Colorado approved Amendment A, which removed language from the state constitution saying that slavery and involuntary servitude were permitted as criminal punishments. 1, this should have been a layup. 2, why was this so close in either direction? 3, so Cali is not only bluer than Colorado, Oregon, and Vermont, but they let Tennessee, Louisiana, Nebraska, Alabama, and Utah out-Quaker them. The politicians did not do this. This was completely on the voters who actually had direct hand in this. In this case, yes, you can blame the voters. Black people, get the hell out of California. Do not patronize California. Do not visit it. Boycott the entire state. You are better off in Tennessee, Alabama, Louisiana, Nebraska, Vermont, and Utah. However, I suggest out of all those, you go to Nebraska and Utah, which are ballot initiative states as well. Oregon would be best, though, seeing that they already committed to single payer. So that's that. And then see my point on all these my point is all these Californians coming out now during the California wildfires, the biggest fire in California recorded history, are talking about, oh my God, these poor prisoners are risking their lives and they should be paid fairly. Well, then why let the 6th letter of the alphabet did y'all keep slavery in place then? Exactly, Roger. Like, why are you keeping slavery in place now that you're realizing that these are the guys that actually saved your asses in California? Like, they're still like why? My goodness. Anywho, let's continue. And then Pulitzer Center. Oh, okay. And let me share this. And then we're done with the rock bin chat. But this is also really good. Okay. So, sorry. Took that down. Actually, I'm going to read the beginning. It says, attention to Finland's approach towards housing and homelessness has grown worldwide. According to Housing First Europe, within the past 16 years, Finland has shifted from traditional management of homelessness to a more progressive and holistic approach. At the root of Finland's housing initiative is the Housing First concept, which was launched in the early 2000s. Unlike traditional homelessness models that many countries use, which often require people to address their problems with substance abuse or mental illness before being assigned housing, stable housing comes first in Finland's initiative. Once participants in the program have a place to stay, they receive other support services to help them deal with substance abuse or other challenges. The Housing First model is based on the belief that decent, safe housing is a basic human right, or as I would like to say, a human necessity. Says its theory is founded on the view that if a person does not have a stable home, it is almost impossible to make substantial improvements in other areas of life. This approach sets Housing First apart from the Treatment First models, which have not been able to successfully impact long-term homelessness in many areas. So this is, I'm going to share this as well. But here's the thing, right? In order for a child to have a great foundation in their lives, you need to have a secure housing and home situation with stability. Human adults are no different. You need stability in order to be able to function. That being said, if they do not have that stability, how do you expect them to actually function? It's not going to happen. Or if it does happen, it's the exception rather than the rule. With that being said, this is why housing first is actually the better, more optimum option. Because now what you're doing is you're giving them a baseline of material conditions that are met, so then that disease of despair goes away, right? And they're able to feel more secure. And in that security, they're able to get themselves into a better, not only emotional and mental frame of mind, but they also start seeking employment and bettering their lives. They start to better their relationships with other people, their relationships within themselves, and then they actually improve. And so this is why we talk about housing first. Not you got to do all these treatments, you got to jump through all these hoops first before you get housing. No. We have to do this the same way we do with children. Look, if you have a kid and if you don't have a home to live in, what does the state do? They take away the kid. They place the kid in what? Housing. So that the kid has a what? Stable environment. Why are we doing this for adults? Oh, well, they have to be personally responsible. But in a system that makes it so that they have to be exploited in order to have that, where we all can collectively actually provide for one another, because that's what a society actually does. You know? And if it's working, let's do it. That's socialism. Yeah. It is. And it works. I don't care what you call it. It works. It helps. I put the link in the chat for you guys. There you go. Let's go to the rest of the chat, shall we? Oh, Savita? So much domestic abuse is because of financial insecurity. Boom. How many women, and I'm saying women because it largely happens to them. It happens to some men, but how many women are in homes where they are financially precarious because they had to flee because of the person they were in a domestic violence they were in a relationship with, who was beating on them. And now financially they can't survive on their own. And what if they had kids? And so, you know, like, what if you don't have to worry about getting to, and how many times where you're at risk, you'll call the cops, but because nothing technically was done to you, there's nothing they can do. So then you're stuck until you almost lose your life. And then when you almost lose your life, then they do something. But then a lot of times the police side with the abuser. Probably because a big chunk of them are actually abusers at their own home, and they actually just don't. They actually are cool with the abusers in your life. Look up domestic violence abuses among police officers, by the way. Go ahead and Google that. But what if you are somebody in a domestic violence situation and you know that you can have housing, healthcare, education, and you can leave the person who's abusing you without ever having to worry about, oh, did I save enough money? Or I don't know if I have the resources to be able to get out of this situation. No. If you have it already, then you can get out of Dodge. What about those of us who are LGBTQ? Who our parents want to kick us out just because of who we are? They're also overrepresented in people who are unhoused. What about them and their situation? See, this is the thing, right? We gotta talk about it. But yeah, so this is why a housing first model is the best way to go about it. And thank you so much to Roger for, giving me the assist. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate it. So let's go to the rest of the chat. Oh, I really want to talk about that, but I'll get on. I will get on a. I'm sorry, that was a DM from Roger. I wish. Let me see. Hellfire Heart says exactly. They use prisoners as meat shields against their man-made wildfires. Yeah, that's the sad part. And a lot of these they're young people, man. They're not people who have been in prison in the system for a long time. Bam said, I'm a couple minutes behind, but I'm still hot as F. That proposition didn't pass in California that would have abolished slavery and put it in the state constitution. Yeah, it was kind of close, but for real, what the F? Yeah, absolutely. That's crazy. That's California, man. That's supposed to be a liberal paradise, but apparently not. Natalie Williams says, we're free. We got 5% of the world's population and 25% of the world's incarcerated. All that free labor. What liberty, right? Let me see. Natalie Williams says, no one is saying that having housing equals instant happiness. It provides a base from which to safely access help, education, and prosperity. This is the point. Because from there, when you have that basis, then you can build upon it. Let me see. Misha says, outside of domestic abuse, financial insecurity, and other financially driven frustrations is one of the number one cited reasons behind divorces. Beautiful. Yep. Yeah. Man with says, look up police 40%. Oh, Go ahead and look it up. I'm telling you right now, you're going to look it up. You're going to look at law enforcement a different way once you start to look that up. It's a lot of wife beaters and a lot of husband beaters. You know. Oh my goodness. They're not just beating on the people in the streets. They're beating on people at home. Which also makes me wonder about how their kids are treated. 40% is a lot. I'm just saying. Let me see. Man, you guys are actually having a conversation in here. Yeah, Christy says I've sent that number, and yeah, that's all I'm going to say. Yeah. And that's the 40% that actually admit to it. I'm not saying it's all. I'm not saying it's all, right? For instance, a lot of people don't know this, but Nina Turner's husband is a cop. And from what I observe, she's not being abused in that any way. But it's 40%. You know what I'm saying? That admit to it. 40%. So, you know, and now I'm thinking about, like, it may not be physical, but what about emotional and verbal abuse? You know? Anyway. Thank you, Sela. Thank you very much. That's my goal. Create community. All right. So one of the things that I want to do now is I want to share with you guys that I am trying to go to Seattle. Why am I trying to go to Seattle? Well, the Workers Strike Back are actually holding an organizing conference for workers that I was invited to by Dr. Joe Stein and Shama Sawan. Of course, you guys have seen them on this channel here before. And so I will be trying to go there on the 20th. Let me share this with you guys so you guys can see. And good news, I'm like 75% of the way to my goal. Well, probably more than that now. So I'm about 75%, close to 80% of the way to the goal. So of course I'm trying to go there. I would like to be the radical voice in the room. So then what we'll do is we'll be pushing for things like worker cooperatives, because yes, while pushing for unions is good, pushing for worker cooperatives is better. Number one. Number two, wanting to push for ballot initiatives so that we can fight locally and push for local ballot initiatives that push for these things will also be a big boom, a big help for our fellow workers. Direct democracy is the best democracy, in my opinion. Also, I will be pushing for demands with clear consequences to those demands not being met. Demands with clear consequences if those demands are not met. These demands are for and in service to the workers. So, this is one of the reasons why I want to go. Because I think it's absolutely important for us to organize the workers and to build dual power as much as we possibly can. And if I can help that on a national level as well as on a local level, you're damn sure I'm going to do it. So, if you guys would like to, yes, Roger, public banks, yes. Just send me your notes before I head out, and I'll have a printout, or I'll have it on my phone, and I'll put that out there. But thank you very much for that reminder, Roger. But yes, public banks as well. But these are some of the things that I want to be there. And I think it's going to be more impactful for me to be there. And so this is one of the reasons why I'm fundraising for me to be able to go. And I'm not going to be there for a long time. I'm going there. I'll be there for 3 days. That's it. 3 days. Go there. Do my thing and come home, because I got dialysis the next day. I can't be there that long. Plus, I'm trying to get on this transplant list, and it's kind of hard if you get a call saying, "Oh, we got a transplant. I got a kidney for you," and then I have to travel all the way from Seattle back to Orlando. Yeah, and you got 4 hours to get here. No, so I'm trying to make sure that I go and come back. Boom. But I want to do that because it is important for us to organize as much as possible. And this is one of the reasons why I want to do this too. I think it's important that we also try to join any type of organization that's doing work on the ground to help our fellow workers. Some organizations are going to have their flaws. It is what it is. But as long as it's a net positive, join some organization and do what you can, right? Because this is how we're going to change this system. Because it means the most to everybody, not just to you, not just to your family, but to your neighbors around you. I just don't want security just for myself. I want security for all the people in my neighborhood. I want security for all the people in Central Florida. I want security for all the people in the state of Florida. I want security for all the people in the United States. And I want to go beyond my borders. But I can't do it until I start building solidarity with workers. We start working towards equity and equality within the system. That's how we do it. We have to start somewhere. And I'm encouraging you to also do the same. And if you're in Seattle, hope to see you there so that we can have conversations and maybe even break bread with each other so that we can build community. So also, to anybody that contributes, I will be giving out shout outs to all the contributors. Even if you're anonymous, I'm going to say anonymous, thank you so for this much, whatever you give. All right. And even if you can't, if you share, great. Thank you so very much. Your well wishes also mean the most to me, right? Does not have to be you contributing anything. Even if it's just well wishes, that affects me in an emotional way. That matters too. That carries weight too. So thank you. All right. So I have been going on long enough. I took up enough of your time, but I hope this extended stream finds you all well. I hope you guys are able to enjoy it. If you guys are going to be watching the football game, hope you guys enjoy it. If you're not, if some of you, I know some people are going to boycott the game for various reasons. That's fine too. If you are going to be just watching because you want to see the funny commercials, I mean, some of the commercials can be funny. I want to laugh too. I may not buy their products, but I'll laugh. And then, of course, if you're just hanging out with family or friends, eating some wings, if you're having some nachos, enjoy yourselves, okay? But keep in mind, all right, guys, to think about the most marginalized people who don't benefit from this. And then use that energy. And if you're angry, that's fine. Use it. Use that anger to drive you into action to help your communities. Because anger works best in action, right? And if you feel sad, use that sadness to drive you to act on behalf of the people who are disenfranchised. But in all areas, just act. Why? Because you're a loving person. You're a compassionate person. And you're going to make the world a better place. So I just want to thank you guys for tuning in. This has been a long stream, but I hope, and plus I'm kind of making up for, the stream that I didn't do last week, but I just want to thank you guys for tuning in. You guys have been wonderful. You guys have been great. And so, yeah, I think we're pretty much good. Yep, we are good on everything. And I just want to say to you guys, you guys have been great. I cannot wait to see you guys again. I think I'll be there. Was it next week? No. I won't be here next week as well. I'll be doing mutual aid with Real Orlando. They are also another mutual aid organization here in Orlando. So I'll be assisting them with doing mutual aid next week. I'm going to try to take some video and share that on my channel and on RBN about the mutual aid that we're going to be doing next week as well. So I'll be there for their Solidarity Hub, which will be on the 16th. So that's going to be great. And then I also will not be here for the Sabby and Jaybe show this week, particularly because there is a Palestinian film night that I'll be going to. And so I went to a Palestinian book reading event yesterday. I'll be there for a film night. And so we're doing that. And then also mutual aid on Sunday. So it's going to be a week filled with just trying to do whatever I can for my community. So join an organization, guys. Just do what you can on the ground. Let's get outside. Let's get outdoors. Okay. All right. I was trying to check to see if I had any closing videos that I wanted to close with, but I don't think I really do. But that's okay because it's not really necessary. But one of the things that I wanted to do is we will close out with we'll close out with my usual. All right. Water your plants. Water yourselves. Leave the world better than you found it. Smoke them if you got them. Drink them if you got them. If you ain't got them, then watch something funny because joy is revolutionary, right? And read because reading is fundamental. So thank you very much for you guys watching. Shout out to all the patrons on Patreon and shout out to all the activists and shout out to Richard Medhurst for going through the BS that the Austrian and British governments are doing against him. What they're doing against him is absolutely foul, and there's no crime in journalism. Journalism is not a crime. Solidarity with Richard Medhurst. We love you. We're with you, okay? And if you're on Twitter, give Richard Medhurst some love. And also, shout out to you also, Blakely. I know you haven't been on RBN before, but you and I have been talking. Blakely has been, her channel has been demonetized. Her channel is not that big, but for her to be demonetized, just like my channel, it is completely wrong. YouTube is wrong for that, and they shouldn't have demonetized her for that. But unfortunately, because we speak out against the empire, especially against Zionism, apparently to them, that's a big no-no, even though, it needs to happen. So shout out to you. Everybody, love, peace, and hair grease. I'll see you all next time.